contributions and declarations of interest. I'll start with my Beacon hat and my Inverclyde leisure hat.
That's apologies for any Inverclyde leisure interest. That's it. Sorry, what did you say? It was the Beacon and sorry, what was the other one, convener?
Beacon and Inverclyde leisure.
And IL. Anyone else get interest other than the Beacon and IL? I'll put these ones in as appropriate.
Okay, and you've got that note from Chris Curley on the Kilmacombe New Community Centre.
Right, just right. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else that we've not noted? No, good. Obviously, it is a large agenda, but hopefully we'll get through it. We'll move on to the education.
Robertson.
Sorry, I heard somebody saying something there.
Sorry, apologies. Should be on mute.
Oh, okay. As I said, it's quite a large agenda. We'll have the education at 4 o'clock. If any of our education committee people, since there's nothing really in private, wish to join us, they can feel free to join us at any point in time. But obviously what we will do is we will have a comfort break at 4 o'clock for all members anyway. So with that, can we move along to the education revenue budget to the 30th of June? And I'll ask Ian to speak on that. Ian?
Thanks, Convener. You hear me okay? So there's two parts to the revenue budget report this cycle. Firstly, the final outturn for 1920, and then there's a projection for the 2021 budget at period 3. So main part of the report to refer to section 5. That gives you details of the final outturn for 1920. The final outturn is an overspend of £8,000, and that's equivalent to 0.2% of the budget, and was 32% more expenditure than reported to last committee back in March. So the main variance to highlight for 1920 are 29,000 underspend for school crossing patrollers, and that was due to a number of vacancies within that service. 18,000 underspend for property costs, and that was mainly due to non-domestic rates empty relief for the museum while it was under reconstruction. 13,000 underspend for Rankin Park cycle track maintenance, and a 15,000 underspend for community safety expenditure. There was also a 13,000 underspend due to a movement in the school let's bad debt provision. There was an 88,000 shortfall in income, and that was made up of 46,000 short for the libraries in the museum due to the closures, 25% short for school lets income, and 17,000 short for the Windhill Golf. Now, most of those variances have already been reported to committee. So the report gives details of section 6 of the report will give details of the projected outturn for this financial year 2021, and this is the position at the end of June. So the projected outturn for 2021 is an overspend of 796,000, and that is including 866,000 of expenditure that has been included as part of the council's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So if we exclude the costs for COVID-19, which we're expecting to be fully funded by the Scottish Government, there's a projected underspend of 70,000. And the projected underspend of 70,000 is mainly due to underspends in employee costs and community hubs resources. Section 7 of the report and Appendix 4 are given details of earmarked reserves. Total earmarked reserves for this year are 159,000, and we're projecting to spend 106,000 of that in the current year. Expenditure to date is zero, and there's no slippage at this time. Section 8 of the report gives details of an environment committee are asked to approve, and that's moving 66,000 from the communities budget to the education part of the directorate, and that's to help fund the food payments. So committee are asked to note the final outturn for the 1920 revenue budget note the projected overspend of 796,000 for the revenue budget this year, and to note that COVID-related costs of 866,000 are included in this projection. And net of that, it's an underspend of 70,000. And committee are asked to approve the environment of 66,000 as detailed in paragraph 8.1 and appendix 5, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ian. I didn't see any questions on the chat. I'm looking to see if anybody's got their hands up. If not, can I ask members to agree the recommendations at 3.1, 3.2 and 3.4 and to agree the environment at recommendation 3.3? Okay, thank you. And with that, can we quickly move on to agenda item number 3, which is the Communities Capital Programme 2021-2023. Hugh, you're going to start with that?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. The report gives you an update where we are currently with the capital spend that we had from last year and this year. In the appendix, we can talk through the pieces of work that we've managed to achieve. Just for your recommendation, there's been a major impact on COVID due to the number of projects being held back due to that. So if you go through the report, one of the key things we want to bring to your attention is Lady Alice Bowling Club. Due to the current situation around COVID, Lady Alice are unable to secure funding. As you're aware, we gave £210,000 towards the renovation of the facility. Unfortunately, we have got an underspend in needing £150,000 approximately to support the overall going project. I've had a meeting with the management committee of Lady Alice, and we've had open and transparent discussion around how the way to take this forward. I have got major concerns that this will continue for a period of time until they can identify core funding, as they had said in previously, as you can remember, previously in 2015, that they were to match fund the work that we were doing. Unfortunately, not being able to achieve that. 6 point is the indoor sports facility tennis. There is a report later on in committee for that, so we'll just leave that. And again, there's a report on the leisure pitches and later on in the paper. Give you an update on where we are. As you can see, 8 point is where we are with Grieve Road Community Facility. The work is restarted again, and our property colleagues are working through that. Bring your attention to Wimsby. Again, the work is now started on that, and we've got a date for those, but you can see within what's been achieved within the money that has been allocated from the capital spend. 10.1, obviously at the last meeting we agreed to put some funding towards the Winhill Golf Course, and from property core budget, they'll match fund that. We're still working on that at the present moment with Mercado Leisure. Bring your attention, a new one, is Craig End Resource Centre. As you can remember, that we were successful in a bid to Regeneration Capital Fund for 1.2 million. This is just to keep you up to date in the money that we've had, as we are holding the money on behalf of the Inverclyde Regeneration Capital Partnership, but we're working very closely with Craig End Resource Centre. That work is to started this week, and will continue for over a year, but we'll give you a regular update. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll let Tommy in first. Tommy?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks for the update, Lady Alice Bowling Club. Just to confirm that they have now secured the services of an experienced individual to help them out with the bids for various funding. It was becoming a bit of a problem. So I'll meet with them on Thursday, so hopefully we'll see some things moving on that side of it.
Thanks, Tommy. And I think that is important. But obviously, I would hope that what we would also do is draw up some sort of plan B, because this has been going on for an awful long time. So hopefully the club is able to source other funds, but we can't allow it to go on indefinitely. So hopefully our officers at some point in time, in conjunction with the club, will look to draw up a plan B at some point in time.
Yeah, I think so, Convener. We've frozen all the money at the present moment. It's been going out the door for just consultancy pieces of work until we get more a robust business plan. So we'll put everything on hold at the moment, so we're not utilising any more of the money until we see a robust business plan.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Yeah, I would agree with your sentiments there. I think we have to try and push it on, and hopefully this person who's going to do the grants for them will maybe see a wee bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but we need to progress it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Any other member? I can't see anything in the comments. Can we agree the recommendations?
I had my hand up, if it's okay to come in just quickly.
Yes, certainly, Natasha.
Yeah, mine was just on Lady Osborne Club. I think I'm probably going to reiterate what Tommy said. It's great that they've got this assistance, but we do need to try and make sure that as soon as possible we're getting them grants into place so that they can start using the funding from the council as well. So it'd be useful to get further updates on that at future committees.
Yeah, I've got no doubt this will stay on as a capital programme anyway, Hugh, won't it?
Yeah, well, Convener, I'll just be realistic here. If it's a big lottery funding, we could be talking about a year away.
Okay.
Before getting through any stages. So we're not, this is not going to be a turnaround in a couple of months. If it's big lottery funding for around about 150,000, it could be 6 months to a year down the road before we even get any indication of that.
I hope Tommy and Natasha agree it's more important to get it right and make sure we've got a viable club for the future. So if that's the way they've got to go, so be it. With that, okay, can we agree the recommendations and move on to agenda item number 4? A good report on active school performance. Hugh, is that you again?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. This is a report to just give you an update where we are with active schools. As you can imagine, we work very closely with Sport Scotland across the active schools programme. 2.2 gives you where we are in our performance. It's been quite a good year so far. Last year was achieving a number of things over the average at national level. I'll bring you to attention that we've still got an improving plan to have within secondary schools. We're still struggling to engage with some secondary school young people, but we've got an action plan in place to do that. Obviously, COVID-19 has had a major impact on delivery within schools at the present moment due to the current situation. Just bring to your attention that we're also in discussions with active schools to bring another workaround to look at the community hubs. As you can imagine, we had community hubs a number of years ago. Sports Scotland are very keen to bring another officer in to support the community hubs, and we're working very closely with them, and we should be able to give you some more information on that in the next committee. I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Jim, can I ask a question, please?
Sorry, who?
Yeah, Jim, it's Jim McLeod. Can I ask a few questions?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, okay. First of all, let me say it's been positive news that secondary school, I see the level of uptake in this has been about 90%, which is very positive indeed. But I noted that primary participation was at 67%. So my first question would be around that. Would that 67% be seen as a good figure, or would we be hoping to increase participation higher than that? So that would be my first question. My next question, we'll just carry on with others and then. Yep. Could we get a breakdown of each of the schools, just to see how each of them are performing? I'd be interested also to see how one schools are doing in their own ward, if that'd be possible. The other thing, next question is, what about ASN schools? Is there some sort of performance indicator there? If we could maybe find out a bit of information about, what active schools are doing within our ASN sector. And my last question is, obviously COVID, the schools have just returned now, but over the last few months, before the summer break, obviously, was there what sort of active schools work was carried on with pupils at home? Was there online activities? Was people encouraged to do other things? If we could maybe find out just a wee bit about that, that'd be good, thanks.
Hugh, I think you've got 4 questions there.
Yeah.
So the first question is that obviously we review each of our schools on a regular basis. Each of the schools have got a coordinator based in there, so we can give the update of where we are within each of the schools. I think sometimes it's down to participation in some of the primary schools, but we're very happy with and we're performing at a higher level within our primary schools, so we're quite happy with the number that is at the moment. On the active schools performing over COVID, but they were engaging online with physical activities and setting up things with that. On the disability, I'll bring it to your attention with 4.14. And we have been working very closely with a number of young people around the disabilities sport across the ASN, and it's very rewarding for the staff. And we work very closely in all the schools across the authority. I think I might have missed one, Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, see, regarding the ASN, could we maybe find out a little bit more about, you know, if it's possible, about maybe some of the active school things that are happening? You know, if we could maybe get a wee flavour of, you know, what's getting done. I mean, I can understand throughout the paper they talk about football and basketball and netball and other activities that are taking place. And I realise sometimes that can be obviously challenging for some young people with who are from additional support needs. So I just maybe get a flavour of maybe some of the activities that some of these youngsters are involved in. It'd be good to find out a little bit more about that. And my other question was, a breakdown of a school. Yeah, the other thing was, about what activities was done during if any, during the lockdown.
Yeah, but I think the information we have at a national level is individual schools. So we have that information, and we currently review that with the director management team and how we're performing in schools and the head teachers. You know, as the report says, within secondary schools we're struggling, especially to engage with the S3 to S4. But we've put an action plan in to do that. As I said previously, the staff had done a lot of stuff online, but also the staff are very involved in delivering bags of food out to the wider community. So across the whole, from March right through, so the actives team and the youth work team are very engaged in that, delivering all the bags, so we utilise them to the best of our ability.
And does that answer your specific question about examples of ASN activity? Are you happy with that?
Well, not really. I mean, I'd like to know, what sort of activities are going on for the youngsters who have got additional support needs. I mean, some of them will be able to take part in some of the sports that kids that are in mainstream are taking part in, but there will be other children who have got profound disabilities who won't be able to do some of these sports. So, what sort of activities are laid on for them? Just a piece of information. As curiosity, I just would like to know what's happening for them.
Can I let
we can bring a report on the work on that.
Okay, Ruth, will you want to come in?
Just to come in and just to say, active schools is not the totality of the sports provision and the exercise provision across the estate in Inverclyde, and particularly looking at Craig Marlock's school, there is a huge amount of movement and sports physical activity goes on for the children at their specific level. For instance, the trampolining, the movement coaches, also some of the hydrotherapy pool as well. So just to reassure you, Councillor MacLeod, there is a lot of movement and physical activity that's within the school. So we've got to remember that the totality of sport in Inverclyde cannot just be read from these figures, because it's everything together, including the curriculum.
Okay, thanks.
Jim, I find that's more helpful. Find out. Ruth mentioned a few things there, so that sort of is more encouraging to know about the hydrotherapy and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, right. Thanks, Jim. Do we have any other questions on this, Martin? I'm not going to say the words, Martin. I think you know what you're on.
Right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. What I was going to say to Hugh was that, this is biographical, but until the fairly recent past, if you went to a school of boys or girls, they both go to school. But if you failed to get in the first team in first year, that was you in school sport finished. You know, very largely. Can you reassure us, Hugh and Ruth, that this is no longer the case? I mean, I was a fine young athlete, but I just failed to get into that, to that upper echelon.
For yourself, if I take the first part, is that, you know, obviously all active schools team trying to engage with as many young people as they possibly can, especially within the transition from primary to secondary, and making sure that they're taking some physical activities as they go forward. The key thing from active schools is also about trying to have more sport in the community and making sure that young people are posted on to a number of other clubs. So we are very open, and sometimes we do very much target individuals who we think that they're not taking part in the sport.
Okay, Martin. Lynn, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of questions or comments to make for you. So obviously the first one is just to note that the female participation levels have increased, so that's positive. Obviously we had concerns last year that the female participation levels were a lot lower than the male, so it's encouraging to see that increasing. Obviously we've still got the issue about, you know, that female participation is good at primary level, but obviously male and female participation level at high school, as you mentioned. I'm trying to explore that a bit more. Obviously we've got the issue, so with primary schools, most of the activities are straight after school, so you don't have a childcare issue, you don't have a transport issue. So it's really once you get to high school, especially when you've got some communities that are further away from the school and they're relying on that school bus to take them home from high school. So you couldn't have an after school, for instance, in St Columbus, because some of those kids then would have problems getting to Inverkip or Winsby after that session. So is there any thought on how to get around that issue really, which is going to be, I think they've tried to put some clubs on at lunchtime, but not everyone's got that time to participate fully in a sport at lunchtime with that really short window.
I think they're not, sorry, thanks for that, Councillor. I think the key thing for us is that we have put a lot of resources into lunchtime to try and encourage participation. But I think the key thing for us is it's not just for us, but across other local authorities. That's a major issue for us, how to try and keep young people engaging after school. So we are looking at it as best we can, and we're engaging with the youth work team to see if we can actually look at how we could do a different partnership with active schools and youth work to try and encourage more participation after school, and then take them home through some of our school minibuses that we've got. Again, it's been put back because when we looked at our action plan, that's the kind of thing that was coming up to us, but it's obviously been put back because of COVID-19 at the moment. So as we go forward, and I think the key thing for us is that we're working with our partners in Sport Scotland to try and advise on that, and they're working very closely with us to try and get more ideas on how we engage, especially after school. But I think it's something we need to consider going forward.
Okay, thanks you. Lynn, is that okay? Natasha, you want to come in?
Thank you. Yeah, I know that I said this at the pre-agenda meeting, but I just wanted to reiterate it would be really helpful to actually know how many individual pupils took part, because the numbers are up and they are good. And I would just really love to be able to see, rather than it be like thousands of young people taking part, actually individually the number of young people. So, because right now it could be the same young people are doing 4 or 5 sports, and that number really gets a bit clouded then, so that we can then tailor what we're doing. And I agree with what Lynn said about the after school clubs, and I think that possibly when it comes to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th year, especially the 4th to 6th years, that's when you start to have after school jobs and stuff, and especially for some people that are maybe in our less well off areas, for them they'll take a job to try and help them get the stuff that they need for school. So I think that we need to look into if there's other reasons behind that as well, for that uptake not being there.
Okay, thanks, Natasha. Hugh, you want to comment?
Yeah, for yourself, convener. We've got a set agenda by Sport Scotland who give us the outcomes for how we record active schools. And one of the things is not, and we are looking at how we change that about the individuals. So we are aware of the situation and we're looking at it. And again, on the active skills and after evening classes is about how we challenge that. But again, we have to report through a robust system that Sport Scotland's got in place, same as the other 32 local authorities.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Natasha. I can't see anyone else want to come in. Can we agree the report and move along to agenda item number 5, Inverclyde Community Safety Partnership Update? Is that you again?
Yeah, as promised, this is my last report. The purpose of the report is to provide committee an update of activity through the Community Safety Partnership. Sorry?
Apologies, we'd lost a councillor there, but he's just returned. Apologies.
Okay, I'll start again. The purpose of the report is to provide committee with an update of the activity for Inverclyde Community Safety Partnership from a meeting we had on the 22nd of July. It's critical to update us regarding the forthcoming Community Safety Partnership Strategic Assessment, which is currently being prepared and for the Alliance Board in October. Section 4 outlines the background of the governance arrangements for Community Safety Partnership process and leading forecast of the strategic assessment. Inverclyde Alliance is meeting on the 19th of March to approve the new governance, met on the 19th of March to approve the new governance, and we'll bring it back to committee for you to be aware of that situation. The present moment is set up as 2 strategic groups. This is chaired and with representation from the HSCP, Fire and Rescue, Scottish Ambulance, Housing Providers, Third Sector Interface, and Your Voice and Inverclyde CVS. The previous governance meetings were about 2 separate strategic documents in community safety. However, feedback from the Alliance Board in October 2019 agreed that we should create a single strategy for Inverclyde, which has been previously agreed several months ago. Section 5 of the report gives you an update on how we're hoping to do that from the meeting we had on the 22nd. The key thing for us is we're bringing together, making Inverclyde safer together, but also bringing together the strategic responsibility for Women Against Violence multi-partnership group. These groups will still have their own identity, but we'll just be reporting that back as one strategy. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Hugh. It's quite disconcerting. I've got from Diane Sweeney. Diane, are you indicating that somebody wants to speak on the telephone, or you want to say in? No. Right, okay.
You know, it's just for the purposes of the chat. Sorry, so it's Sharon here. It's if we have to look back at the chat, we need to know which item it refers to. That's the only reason we're putting the agenda item in.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Diane. Lynn, would you like to come in?
Yeah, thanks. You just got a quick question. So on page 60, I'm on page 60. So I'm just looking at your sort of measuring your progress for the violence against women. Just when I was looking at that, some of the other issues, antisocial behaviour, for instance, you've got the citizens panel in there as well as a sort of way of guiding and or judging how well we're doing. I'm just concerned that under the violence against women, it's really Police Scotland and it's all the negative stuff. So it would be really good if we could put in an element of the citizen panel, any sort of positive feedback. I think there's a few questions in there because the general remit of the violence against women partnership is about how women and girls feel safe in their community and they feel equal, and there's a few questions in that citizens advice panel that I think would be useful in here for us to gauge, because it's not just about that there's a low level of violence, it's about how people feel, if they feel equal, if they feel safe, and that kind of thing. So I would just like to see maybe something in there if we could incorporate that.
Yeah, I think Jane Carnley leads up in that group. I can have a discussion with Jane on how we can record that going forward.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Tommy?
Thanks, convener. You on page 45, looking at your community safety partnership structure, I'm pleased to see that the Police and Fire Committee will be involved in that, feeding into the strategy group. Now, there's quite a concern of antisocial behaviour with some of the members of the Police and Fire Committee. How do you see it working? How are we going to feed into you and take this forward and try and maybe resolve some of the issues or put stuff in place to resolve some of the issues?
Yeah, for yourself, convener. I think the role of the Stewart Road for Police and Fire has a key role in this. I think we need to have an action plan underneath that to see how we can deal with the antisocial behaviour plans that we put in place. As you can imagine from the last committee, we put that in place. when it's been approved. So what we need to do is make sure that there's a strict, robust system that we can feed back to yourselves on that. And, you know, there is a number of meetings going ahead around this at the present moment, and as soon as we've got that information, we'll feed it back to the scrutiny board.
Okay, Tommy, you want to come back in?
That's fine, Hugh. Thanks for that. We'll see how things progress. Thanks.
Thanks, Convener.
Okay. Look, David? Sorry, is there someone else wanting to ask a question there?
Yeah, it's me, Jim.
Right, Jim, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, it's just the on page 58. There's a section about Crime Stoppers and Fearless. First of all, can I congratulate Hugh on the report? I think it's a really important report, and particularly this time around the pandemic, particularly when we're seeing violence, against women in their homes, as we've seen, statistics are pretty grim, so they are during this time. So I congratulate you in taking this paper forward. Going back to the Crime Stoppers and Fearless, over the years, I've tried to do what I can to encourage people to speak out if they see any incidents. And despite saying to people they can do this in an anonymous way, so as there's not policemen knocking at a door, there are still people out there who have concerns and are still fearful of reporting things. I think there's a need for us to remember each time we're putting out messages that we continue to stress that these reports can be done.
Okay, thanks, Jim. You've got that point, Hugh.
Yeah, just on that, Convener, is that Police Scotland are heavily involved in Fearless and Crime Stalkers at the moment, and the local commander is pushing it out as much as he possibly can. And we are getting some information back, especially from young people, on certain things that's happening in the wider community. That's going to be pushed out to the wider community, a part of the Community Safety Partnership. So we take that important part forward as we go.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay, Jim?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. I can't see any other questions on agenda item number 5. If we can agree the recommendations, can we move along to agenda item number 6, which is on your papers to follow, and that is the Waterfront Leisure Centre Training Pool Movable Floor. I think we've been here a few times before. Tony?
Thank you, Convener. So this report is to highlight to committee the necessary investment needed for the replacement of the movable floor at the Waterfront Leisure Centre. As you'll all know, the council's got responsibility for all the major work of building, fabric and repair, but that also extends to maintenance, renewal and replacement. So the paper essentially sets out options and the estimated costs for replacing the floor at the waterfront, and gives options to either replace the movable floor with another movable floor. Now, I noticed in the recommendation there's a typo. It says the replacement of a movable floor with another removable floor. So I think probably we've just been getting a bit confused with replacement and movable. It's another movable floor. So kind of like for like. Or to replace with a permanent static floor that would allow for the swimming lessons to take place, so it would be a kind of slightly shallower pool, or to replace it with a permanent deep and shallow end, kind of traditional approach to the pool. Now, in the report, we've given the kind of pros and cons and some of the things worth considering for each of those options. Obviously, the preferred option would be option A, with the caveat that there's only a few specialist providers that would be able to undertake work of this nature, and also if that is the preferred option, that we would have to refer the financial implications to the P&R committee. So the report sets out all the detail in terms of the pros and cons.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Now, I've got intimation from Chris McElhenney that he was wanting to come in.
Yeah.
Chris, are you still there?
Yes, thanks,
Yep.
Jim.
Okay.
Chris.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Jim, Councillor Quality. Tony, thanks. I think I've kind of seen versions of this report a couple of times, but I think it is I think it's a best practice report for local government, because I don't think members can be under any doubt of the implications of the decision. So I think it's quite good to actually see the options with the clear pros and cons. And I mean, I find it difficult not to highlight on the last bullet point in option B, and I think that obviously highlights, I suppose, what we should be making a decision based on is what's best for people in Inverclyde, because it's about service users ultimately. So I think, whatever option the committee agrees with, I think we can be satisfied that we've certainly had all the relevant information. But just wanted to, the point I want to make, you kind of highlighted with one of your comments about specialist companies. So the estimates are actually quite specific. So I was curious as to how Inverclyde Council and Inverclyde Leisure come up with estimates for the costs. Has there been a supplier or a manufacturer that you've been working with? Because this morning I was delighted to get an update from James Walker Devole, one of the companies in Gourock, quite a good company in Inverclyde, and they informed me that they are capable. They've carried out similar work for this. They've actually built and constructed in Gourock the exact sort of floor we're talking about in option A. So I'd just like to be satisfied that when we've got a company in Inverclyde that's capable of carrying out this work, which could be quite a non-insignificant amount of money, and particularly during the coronavirus when the manufacturing sector has been struggling to get orders. I'd just be curious to know of a council we have actually been in dialogue with, James Walker Devole and Gourock, and if we proceed with option A or indeed any of the other options, we would be speaking to companies like that to make sure they're in a good position that they can bid for this work, to ensure that the money we spend on this can actually help support local jobs in Inverclyde, particularly during this time.
Okay, Chris. Tony, you want to come in there?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Eddie could help me out here in terms of, we would obviously be going through the normal procurement process for work of this nature. So I suppose once the agreement has been passed, then obviously we will be tied into the normal procurement arrangements to make sure that we've got a provider that can do this type of work. Eddie, I don't know if you could add to that to help me out here, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. Through you, convener, between ourselves and Inverclyde Leisure, we've been in dialogue with 2 providers so far, just to get an indication of obviously the kind of complexities involved in it and an indication of cost. Now that's obviously subject to more detailed work and surveys. The tender process itself will be an open tender, so any company who is able to carry out these services will have an opportunity to bid for it. And it's just a case of making sure that if there are firms that are able to bid for it, they're aware of that process on the PCS portal, and they've been through the necessary steps to get them self-registered on the portal. So I don't know if that company you mentioned there, Chris, is registered, but it doesn't take long to get registered. So
just to clarify then, how did, so as Tony said, what we're talking about here is basically niche specialist work. So within Inverclyde Council, Inverclyde Leisure, it would be fair to say we don't have the niche specialist skill set to estimate the costs of movable floor. So how exactly did we come to that figure? Have we been speaking to a supplier or a manufacturer? Because then I would maybe use the word concern then, because if it does go to the marketplace and you've got basically a supplier that have already been able to look at this job, spec it, and then they obviously they're in an advantageous position to bid for it because it's their costings that they've helped create here that they would be bidding against.
No, there's no advantage here. Basically, it's an indicative cost based on the size of pool. So any company could give you that if you told them what size of pool there was. Now, Inverclyde Leisure, obviously having over the time that pool floor has been in place, I've engaged a maintenance contractor to keep it obviously up to scratch as far as they can. Obviously, it's now got to a point where it's beyond economical repair. So by default, the company that they've been using for maintenance knows more about that pool than anybody else. But ultimately, each individual company who offers this type of service, and there's not many of them, their own systems are slightly different. They'll all have own proprietary elements to it. So the process we'll go through, it'll be a contractor's design tender. It'll have to be, and they'll have to seek the building warrant and the statutory approvals for the work that they do. So any of the work that's been done so far doesn't I would say it doesn't give anybody an advantage particularly. There's a whole process that has to go through now. If we go to tender, if we're getting the approval to go to tender, then any company will be on the same level playing field. If you happen to have been involved in maintaining a piece of kit over the years, then there's nothing we can do about that. It's just the way it is. That'll always be the case for certain things.
Okay.
Thanks, Eddie.
I appreciate those answers, and I guess I would just be grateful then, because I know Mr. Hurrell has made the offer before then, if he could perhaps engage directly with James Walker Deville just to make sure that they're in a position that they're on the relevant framework so that they could indeed bid for the work once it goes to tender.
Certainly, if they need some advice on how to get on the portal, I mean, it's all there on the portal, but we can point them in the right direction, certainly.
Okay. Martin, you want in?
Yes, Jim. I was interested in Christopher's remarks, and through reading the papers, my preferred option would be option A. But at that stage, I mean, I'm talking to Tony and Eddie, it becomes a bit tenuous, you know, none of the figures are definite and none of the suppliers or contractors are definite. Can this be made a kind of more solid enterprise in any way in the near future if there is a decision to go for option A?
Okay. I'm looking to see if Tony or Eddie wishes to answer that.
Well, if we get approval to, sorry, you convener. If we get approval to go to tender, then the next step is to get technical services to go and look at pulling together some tender documents. Only at that point can you really start looking at the detail that goes into that document. Beyond that, you're at the mercy of the market. So when we put it out to an open tender, you may get 3 or 4 tenders back. If you're lucky, you may get none. So there's always risk associated with this process, particularly when it is something that is not done every day and there's not that many providers. But the first step is to get the tender documents started and get it out to the market.
Wait and see.
I'm afraid so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Eddie.
I'm not getting anything else in the questions. Jim McLeod.
Yeah, Jim.
Right.
I'd just like to make a point. I'm sure that all of us were also contacted by members of Inverclyde swimming clubs. I know certainly I was some months ago with concerns that you know that they couldn't use the waterfront as is for their for training, and they were having to go to Erskine or to Glasgow or to some other pool to use that. So this has been ongoing for a long time now. I'm glad to see we're going to get some movement from an equalities side of things, and also for serious swimmers, for competitive swimming in galas. I think it's really important. You know, we look at a replacement for Like, and I would certainly favour A. You know, for is what is. I think equalities, I think we're all in agreement now. It's been a long, hard battle over many decades to ensure that everybody has lifetime opportunities. And I think certainly the hydraulic system allows people who are disabled swimmers, like Port Glasgow and Greenock Otters, to use the facility too. Hello?
Sorry, Jim, will you want to come back in, or is that you? Okay.
No, it was just a point I wanted to make and ensure that it was made.
All right, okay. Okay, point well made. I can't see anybody else wanting to move against the recommendations. So with that, I assume that we're happy with the recommendations and we go ahead with the replacement of the movable floor. Okay, thank you. And with that, if we could go on to agenda item number 7, which is again a bit of a long-running saga, which hopefully is going to be coming to an end, and that is the indoor tennis at Rankin Park. And again, we'll start off with Tony in that one. Tony?
Okay, thank you very much, Convener. So this report provides an update to committee with the progress in relation to the proposed indoor tennis centre at Rankin Park. and also asking committee to approve increasing the contribution from the council to the project. The original plans for the centre consisted of a 3-court tennis centre, which was going to be attached to the side of the existing pavilion at Rankin Park. And on that basis, the Transforming Indoor Tennis Fund approved £850,000 for the project, and the committee had previously agreed a contribution towards the project of £500,000. However, in the process of the planning application for the project, an objection was raised by SEPA in relation to being on the current location, or the planned location being on a floodplain. Now, we engaged with SEPA, and all indications were there was no point in taking them on, and this was going to be something that we wouldn't be able to do. So when the pavilion was first built, the floodplain was not identified by SEPA, but their technologies got better over the years. They have identified floodplain, which means that we can't build onto the existing pavilion. So given that, we asked IL to go back with revised proposals to look at what else could be done. And central to the success of this bid, I suppose, to the Transforming Indoor Tennis Fund was the location, and that was at Rankin Park. So we asked IL to look at another location within Rankin Park. So we now have, and I think members will see that in the report, we have another option, which is to have a standalone tennis facility, which would be located essentially on the unused bowling rink at Rankin Park Bowling Club. But because the facility is now self-contained, and that is also central to the bid, there is changing facilities. The estimated cost of the project has gone from 1.35 to 1.835 million pounds. So if it's agreed today to increase contribution, we will then approach tennis, or TSIT as it's called, the Indoor Tennis Funder. We've got really positive indications that they would welcome a bid up to the maximum of £1 million, but that would be in the proviso that the council would give a commitment to increase its contribution by £335,000 to cover the shortfall. So the paper is essentially asking members to agree to this increase in the contribution, and then we will submit a further bid to Transforming Tennis for £1 million in order that we can move to the next stage. Happy to take any questions on that.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I've got first question or comment from Tommy. Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I must admit, when I seen this report, I was quite surprised. It kind of changed my perspective on this. I mean, as you know, convener, even before I was a council, the Rankin Park Bowling Club, it's been needing repaired and revamped or whatever, and I've had a lot of requests and very little been done on it. So I find it quite ironic that in a time of need we've had to go back to them and ask them to let us use their second green. And I don't, maybe members are not aware, but if they had maybe not cooperated us with it, it could have led to significant problems for the project. So I think we should commend the club for cooperating the way they did to allow this project to move on. But a couple of things, well, given that we're now going to a shiny new tennis facility sited on the second green at the park, it's disappointing to me. The club are just going to be left with their old clubhouse, which is basically falling apart. Now, given again that we're going to be building, all this building work's been going on, the club have been cooperative, they've helped. I would like maybe officers to go back and look and see what we could do for the club. I don't know if we can do anything, but if we can, look at maybe how we can incorporate the club into the site. And I would probably, convener, like to add in a further recommendation on this with that in mind, which I've given to Gwen earlier on there. That would be my first point. And my second point would be on that we're now going to have tennis, which is most welcome. We're going to have football, we've got bowling, we've got the mountain bikes as well down there. How are we going to integrate all these groups to get them, like, using different sites? For example, the bowlers would maybe use the cafe. They would get the grandkids down to use the soft play area. I mean, Inverclyde Leisure could even offer outside bowling as part of their portfolio as we move forward. So I think there's a lot of scope here and a lot of things to look at, but I would like to Rossers to come back to go and look and see what we can do for the club for that point of view. And I'm happy to read my recommendation, convener, or if you can, Gwen's got it anyway, so either it's your call.
I think hold it there, Tommy, to the end, and we'll let other members come in, and then if you've got a motion that you want to put forward, then you're quite welcome to put that in at the end. I've got Natasha. Okay, Natasha, you want to comment?
Some of it's similar to what Tommy's just said, except for I wasn't going to put it as a recommendation. I was just going to ask, how are we going to signpost this so that people that are coming into the area or living in the area are signposted to the mountain bike track, the football fields, and bowling and the tennis facility? So I know that we've been talking about tourism strategy, and obviously with the cruise ships, part of the outside tourisms maybe went away, but it would be good for local people to have direct signposts to these things that are available. So that was what I was going to suggest. So I don't know if that's something we can look at.
Okay, is Tony or Ruth, you want to come in back in, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, the once, if it's approved and we go forward, because I will be managing the facility, they're very well used to advertising and marketing their products. So I'm confident that would actually take place. I suppose, and also for Councillor McVeigh, we have actually made a contribution to Rankin Park Bowling Club already, which they've accepted, as an acknowledgement of taking over one of the rinks. But absolutely, and we've even worked with Inverclyde Leisure to see if could be a shared access gate between the bowling club and the tennis centre as well. So we are very much aware about the multiple things on that site, and that everybody's we're going to have to all work together for it to work. So, but we have spoken to the bowling club about the use of their site, and we do appreciate their support on this.
Okay, and of course the rink is disused and just really a weed bed just now. Stephen, you want to come in?
Yeah, well, it's just on the issue of Rankin Park Bowling Club. There is a danger we go for a wee bit of a tangent, I have to say, but I don't blame Tommy for looking at an opportunity. But the council has tried over a long number of years to try and work with Rankin Park Bowling Club to secure a future for bowling in that location. The big issue we've come up against over the years is the fact that the club has got a social club, and that we really couldn't invest in a social club. We were looking at supporting bowling and allowing the opportunity for bowlers to continue to play bowling. Obviously, there was discussions around Rankin Park merging with Lady Allison. We've discussed earlier on the agenda the proposed investment in Lady Alice. So absolutely, I don't have any difficulties with the council and Inverclyde Leisure trying to work with the club to look at how potentially the facilities could be improved and we could manage the park in an integrated way. But we need to be aware of that issue around a social club. And our role is about supporting leisure and sport activity. It's not about supporting a social club.
Okay, thanks for that, Stephen. I'll see if anybody else wants in, and if Lynn, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I'm reading through the report, and obviously we know that the project has already been proposed, and we've kind of went through that process. But my concern, obviously, seeing the additional request for funding was it's a whole new world since when we agreed this project at the start. you know, we've already got Inverclyde Leisure coming to the council. I think that's considered later on about giving them a payment because of the situation, you know, that Inverclyde Leisure is in the current situation. So I'm looking at saying, well, is this really a whole different project? So it was about a building going on a specific site where it already had access to changing facilities, and now the building looks like a completely different offering, and we're kind of trying to make the building fit that site, and obviously the costs implicated. So whilst I welcome any additional sports facilities, and I can see the benefit of having an indoor tennis, but my concern is that we're paying an additional amount, but what are we getting for that additional amount? So I would really like to look at that to say, right, well, what's the additional community benefit for the additional payment we're going? So it does seem, we're talking about how we've got bowling, we've got football there, we've got the bike track as well. So why are we talking about all the entities? Why are we not bringing together? We seem to always work with this buildings for this purpose. And I know the Sport Scotland funding, it has to predominantly be used for the sport, which is fine, but there's nothing to say that we can't actually look at this project now as a kind of different offering. You know, every year we talk about the library, for instance. Why can't we look at the library going inside, same as what we've got for Inverkit? So then the building's actually paying for itself. So when we're agreeing the extra funding, I can actually see, right, well, we're getting an additional community benefit from there. So I have got concerns that we're kind of just adding that on, but we're not actually having a fresh look. So it's not saying no, but I think it would welcome a fresh look at it.
I'll let Ruth come in first. Ruth?
Through you, Convener, so the original tennis funding was attached to the changing rooms, and there was a merit in that because the changing rooms already existed. And when Sports Scotland were first looking at this, they wanted it to be attached to some sort of existing facility. Obviously, you know, because of the floodplain, we've had to relook at that, and so the changing rooms will be incorporated into the facility itself. What Scotland were very clear about when they were working with Inverclyde Leisure was that they did not want this to be an empty barn, because people won't play tennis in an empty barn with nothing else there. So it does have the soft play originally envisaged, and of course its proximity to a football pitch and bowling pitch and the cycling track is advantageous to us. It's also in a very good area of Inverclyde for people to be able to access it. I think the additional community benefit is if we don't change site and do it this way, then we won't get tennis. I think that's and so really bringing tennis into Inverclyde, there are many benefits for this, and we've got to look for the longer term of developing young sports players. And I checked with Inverclyde Leisure, the facility is multi-use. Whereas Tennis Scotland have asked that we lay it out for tennis, the actual surface can be multi-use for other types of sport as well.
Okay, I'll let Chris McElhaney in. Chris, you've got a comment.
Thanks, Jim. I just wanted to make maybe a brief comment, just looking towards the future. I just think if you were to scale this back to a stage where perhaps we should have had a master plan, whether it's the money we spent on the pavilion and the football pitch, then the bike track and now the tennis, I think it just maybe highlights that we should have been better at actually looking at what the master plan is here, because if you had all that money we're talking about today and what previously been spent on, I think we could have maybe got something that looked a lot better than with kind of Tommy's point of all these operations working as silos side by side. And I just think we need to be vigilant that basically every pound we spend, there is the magic thread of how does this tackle deprivation in Inverclyde. And although I'm kind of, I suppose, broadly supportive of the project, I just don't think that I think there has to be a better piece of work to actually see how, just like, for example, with the same conversation as the Beacon, how are we going to use tennis as a sport to then leverage in further investment into this particular area? Because I think it is a good area now, and I don't think Tommy used the phrase hub, but I think you have got a potential sports hub in this part of Inverclyde, and I think we should be looking to add to that to see how we can then start tackling deprivation, bringing more people into sport, getting more people active, getting schools involved, etc. Instead of maybe just, I know we don't want to go off on a tangent, but we're kind of just fixating on as Ruth said, this can let us play tennis, but I think there's more than just tennis at play here. I think it's got the prospect to grow into something better. We've kind of just been going to the football, to the bikes, to the tennis, and we're constantly up with the bowling, always working in all these little silos instead of trying to pull together something, I think, which could be quite special in that part of Greenock.
I think one of the problems with your comments, you've been around for so long when you remember all the plans we had for Rankin Park. I mean, the Rankin Park site itself, I think we're probably on Plan Z for Rankin Park site. We did have the plans for the library to move in. We had plans for Inverclyde Leisure. We had plans for 5-a-side parks on it. We had plans, overarching plans, but unfortunately, none of them stacked up for a business plan type of thing. Now, Inverclyde Leisure quite clearly done the business plan for that, and it did stack up. And I suppose that is really where we are from it. The flying alignment has quite clearly been SEPA. And I take Lynn's point of view, the business plan would have been done, everything's done post-COVID, and it's the case of, we're now in pre-COVID, we're now in a post-COVID world. And you're really hoping that, given the fact that we're looking at diversity in sport, that this actually proves to be worthwhile. Sorry, I'm rabbiting on. Ruth, will you want to come in?
Yeah, I was just going to come in and say I don't think we can look back in anger at this one, because remember SEPA changed the rules about the floodplain as well. So we've got to bear that in mind, and that's what's dealing with this project.
Now, I'm going to there's no other comments that I can see. I'm going to let Tommy back in. Tommy, is what you've heard enough for you, or are you still wishing to put something else to the committee?
Not really, Jim. I think Councillor McLean makes a couple of good points on that there, and obviously the social club issue. We're investing 250,000 into One Hill Golf Club, which some people may argue is a social club as well. But other than that, Jim, I'm happy to go forward and give him a further recommendation.
Remember, all we can do here is put this to Policy and Resources Committee to find the money. But on you go, Tommy. Well,
we're not even talking about money yet, Jim, but the recommendation would be, in recognition of the clear cooperation of the Rankin Park Bowling Club, the committee notes the synergy available on the site to integrate the proposed tennis facility with the adjacent bowling club, and without delaying planned works, remits officers to bring back a report exploring the options for the bowling clubhouse relocation on site. That's it, Jim.
Okay, do we have any comments on that?
Can I just ask quickly, it's Natasha?
Yes, Natasha.
Are we able to actually put that into a recommendation? Because I would assume the conversation actually needs to be begun with Rankin Bowling Club, because we can't really force it upon them, really, can we? So although I understand that we've given them compensation for giving us the land and stuff like that, but I think if we put it as part of the recommendation, Rankin might come back and actually say no. Hopefully.
Right. So taking that on board, Natasha, I think all Tommy's asking for is that discussion happens with the Rankin Park Bowling Club. I mean, we've known the problems with Rankin Park Bowling Club with regard to the asbestos roof and how it would seem on the surface to be very costly to do anything with it. But Tommy's clearly actually just asking officers to go and have that discussion with Rankin Park to see what the feasibility is within that. So he's not committing to anything. Sorry, Natasha, I'll let you back in.
With that, thanks for clarifying that.
Right. It's hard when I can't see people, so apologies. Ruth, will you want to come back in?
Just to say, the conversation would have to be within the Clyde Leisure as well, to look at how it could work together. But just to be clear, for my own understanding, Councillor McVeigh is recommending that we officers speak to the bowling club about possibly working together with the tennis facility. I'm unclear particularly what you mean by integration.
Tommy?
Thanks, Tim. It's wide-ranging. We could speak to the Inverclyde Leisure Council, the bowling club. I've deliberately not went into specifics because obviously that comes into costs and everything else, but I'm happy to chat offline with some ideas I've got, rather than, and then we can discuss debate when it comes back to committee further down the line.
I think for our committee secretaries, they'll want to know if we're changing the recommendations and what specifics we're putting in the recommendations. I think that's only fair for our committee secretaries. So if Tommy, if you're going to not force a change in recommendations, but you've got the agreement of Tony and Ruth to have that conversation with you offline to see how you can facilitate or see what the costs are behind the relocation of Rankin Park. If you're taking that as an acceptance of that, then we would move the recommendations as is. If you're wanting something else, if you could be quite precise.
I would just like to add that in as a forced recommendation.
Right, so
I've already given that to Gwen. Gwen's got a copy of it.
Right, Gwen, can you read that out so that all members of the committee know what they're agreeing to or what they're voting against? So I think that's quite specific. So if you can read that out again.
So as things stand, I understand that Councillor McVeigh wishes to add to the existing recommendations the following bullet. In recognition of the clear cooperation of the Rankin Park Bowling Club, the committee notes the synergy available on the site to integrate the proposed tennis facility with the adjacent bowling club and without delaying planned works, remits officers to bring back a report exploring the options for the bowling clubhouse relocation on site.
Right, I can understand the second part of that, Tommy, but I think you muddy the waters very much when you talk about integration with this tennis centre. And I think that's the bit I would have problems with, because quite clearly we're in standalone on the tennis centre, and what you're actually doing is muddying the waters when you're talking about moving the bowling club, which is an issue in itself because of what I've already highlighted with asbestos in the roof, and actually integration with that with the tennis club, which is something totally different. And then you're saying it shouldn't delay any of the plans for the tennis club. I don't see that marries together well. I really don't, and I'll leave it out. I can see that Stephen wants to comment. I think Elizabeth wanted to comment as well, but I'll let Stephen comment first and then Elizabeth.
Elizabeth was in before me, Jim, so...
okay. Elizabeth?
I think Elizabeth following me coming. I mean, that's my concern. My concern is that we don't agree to something today which delays this project. This project's been delayed enough, to be perfectly honest, and obviously there's £1 million on offer here of external funding to support the development of tennis in Inverclyde, and I don't want to do anything today that's going to potentially lose that money. And then it is about actually ensuring that tennis is more inclusive. I mean, there is a perception locally because of where the tennis clubs are located in the West End of Greenock and Kilmacombe, that tennis is an elite sport. But tennis, and the whole ethos behind this funding stream, is about making tennis accessible to the wider community. And tennis is a cheap sport, to be perfectly honest. It's a far cheaper sport than golf in terms of buying a racket and some clothes to wear and whatever. And there is the opportunity through this development, working with our schools, working with the wider community. And I think the local tennis development officer is doing a great job. And I think the opportunity there is to develop tennis as a real inclusive sport. And the danger is if we faff about with this much longer, we're going to lose this funding. So I think we need to agree today that we're going to move ahead with this project. More than happy to look again at how we can work with Rankin Park Bowling Club. We've worked with other bowling clubs to try and ensure that they've got facilities that allow them to follow their sport and play their sport. So more than happy to do that. But we can't agree to anything today which is going to delay this project for another 6 months, a year or whatever, because there's a severe, real danger we'll lose that £1 million funding.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So with that, Tommy, I'm going to ask you, are you, Elizabeth, you're wanting in now? Yep.
No, I just wasn't going to cut across Stephen coming in, that was all.
All right, okay.
Thanks for bringing me back in. This is my sort of take on the conversation we've had up to now. Absolutely, we shouldn't be delaying the decision that we've got on the table today. But I guess it's taking cognizance, if my understanding is correct, Tommy, you can keep me right on this, that of that point about master planning and there's still been issues on the site, and the decision that we make today to progress what we have doesn't close off further developments that might be able to, where we might be able to add yet more value to that particular site. And my understanding from what I'm picking up from Tommy's recommendation is that we're looking just at these other elements of the bowling club, that where there maybe still are pieces of work that could be done to make things better without delaying what we're already agreeing, and just asking officers to keep open the options appraisals for further developments as well, is my understanding of what Tommy is trying to do, I think.
Right. I'm trying to be very careful here, because I know you're saying that, Elizabeth, but that's why I asked Gwen to read out the motion again. And the motion doesn't really support that. The motion clearly talks about integration of tennis and bowling. It doesn't, and then at the end of the motion, it then talks about looking to the possibility to relocate the Rankin Park bowling. Quite clearly, it's two distinct things. So, I mean, we're in danger of getting into a bit of a mess here, I think. So, if I've got Stephen who's moving the recommendation, Tommy has got an amendment. What we'll actually do is, unless anybody else has got anything they want to add before going to a vote on it, I do think the amendment, when we hear it again, I'm hoping that people will come out on side of the motion, but it doesn't mean that we'll forget about Tommy's points about the ongoing stuff with the Rankin Park bowling, because we know there is issues there. But hopefully when you hear what the amendment is and hear what Stephen's doing is moving the recommendations, hopefully we'll come down in favour of the recommendations. So if there's nobody else wishing to comment, I'll ask Gwen. Christopher, you want to come in right at the end?
Thank you, Convener. From my taking, it seems to be a consideration, concern about the term integration. But my view on integration is to make sure that there's no integrating, say, for instance, not necessarily integrating the bowling facilities directly within the actual building of the what do you call it, the tennis facility, but it's to look at to see how we can integrate the whole site together. It doesn't mean we're going to conflate everything into one what do you call it, possibly into one what do you call it, facility, but just look how to see how we can actually integrate the whole site together. I think that's probably, I say that's my take on it, and that's my view on it. Integration does not necessarily mean we're going to have one great big humongous what do you call it, tennis stroke thing facilities, but just to look to see how we can get all these sites working together. And I think that my understanding is that's the general consensus of the committee.
Well, now we're opening it up to more people. I think I was quite clear that we're moving to a vote. However, I've now got Lynn wanting to come in and Martin wanting to come in. I think Tommy's recommendation, as we heard it, his amendment, when we heard it read out by Gwen, was quite specific on integration. But since we're opening it up to debate now, and now we've got Tommy wanting to come back in again. So what I've got is I've got Lynn Quinn coming in, then I've got Martin Brennan coming in, then I've got Tommy McVeigh to come back in again. Although, Tommy, you should actually be... Right, okay. Lynn first.
Yeah, I think it's just on my initial point, I think what the concern that I've still got here is I do not have within these papers a picture of what that site looks like and how all these different things, the football, the bowls, the bike track, how they all integrate. We don't have a picture of how that's all going to work. So it's really difficult. You know, with the original project, we had a plan. That building was to go next to the changing facilities and everything else was remaining intact. Now we've changed that. So I don't have, I mean, although I've got a kind of slightly grey coloured map, it doesn't actually show me what that site looks like and what that project looks like. So that is still a huge issue. So you're talking about integration. I think we're integrating all these things and how they're all going to work and what it's going to look like. That's my concern, and we're agreeing this funding and without knowing those full details.
Okay, Martin Brennan.
No, thanks, Jim. My point has been reiterated before. If we continue to delay and if we continue to discuss meeting after meeting, we're in danger of losing up £1 million, which would benefit people here in Inverclyde. And the siting of the facility is quite deliberate. It's so that people who are less privileged, who have less money, can participate in this sport. There is nothing at all to stop officers, after we've agreed this, from engaging in discussions with Franklin Park Bowling Club. If we delay and delay and delay, we are in grave danger of losing a massive investment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Tommy, I'm going to let you back in again. You want to come back in?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I'm hearing your concerns regarding integrate. Would it help if I use the words potentially integrate?
I am just concerned, and I'm looking at my officers here, I am just concerned that we put anything down in a recommendation from the council, which officers, once we recommend it, officers have got to follow through with it. And I'm just worried about anything we put down in a recommendation actually does what this committee doesn't want to happen, and that is delay the building of this tennis centre any further. So I'm looking at both Ruth and Tony here to see if what Tommy said now, if he can change the word in that wee slight bit, not to say integrate, but potentially integrate, so it gets looked at, whether or not that gives us enough leeway in order to be quite sure at a recommendation that we want to press the button to go ahead with this tennis centre without delay. So, Ruth.
Just coming in, you have my commitment that we will explore opportunities to work alongside the bowling club. I think the word integrate, we're dealing with IL and the bowling club here. I think there's a lot of issues that will raise. Explore opportunities, I think is wording. I don't like to put words in people's minds, but I think what I'm hearing through the conversation is that you want to basically this to explore how this could work together as a hub. So I think that's absolutely makes sense as part of the ongoing way. What I would say is this needs to go. The reason it was chosen as a site is because there was other things round it already. So I'm of the opinion that we've kind of looked at where the best site was to have it. I think providing it doesn't create a rod for our own backs, you've certainly got my commitment that we will speak to Rankin Park Bowling Club to look for the opportunities.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for that, Ruth. However, we've got the issue with Tommy's got an amendment to put forward, and again, I'm just wanting to make sure that my committee secretaries are quite clear in what's been proposed. Now, Tommy's knocking back in on that. What's Tommy saying is potentially integrate. You've said some different words which makes you happy, but I don't have any indication if it would make Tommy happy. So, Tommy?
Jim, I'll use the word potentially integrate, and the motion stands as is. And I'll draw members' attention again. It says without delaying planned works. So I recognise concerns over that, and that's why that's in there. So we'll change the wording to potentially integrate, and other than that, I'll go with what's there.
But Tommy, just because you put that into the motion doesn't mean to say it won't, because it opens up a whole different scenario whereby you're looking at two different things. So that's just where my concern is with regard to our officers and our committee secretaries actually putting a formal recommendation to the council. So that's where my concerns are with regard to that. Right?
I recognise your concerns, and at the end of the day, it's a democratic system. We're in here, we put our motions up, and they stand and fall by the committee, and that's the way it is. Where we win, where they lose.
I'm always willing to hear from my sage and his worldly wisdom. Stephen, I'll let you come in. And I think that'll probably be the last person. Right, Stephen?
Yeah, I know you're encouraging me to move the recommendations of the report, convener. But, I mean, the key issue for me is that the project isn't delayed, right? And from what Tommy's saying, he doesn't want the project delayed. So if we can all agree that the project's not to be delayed and it's going to go forward, then surely we can agree a form of words that officers will explore the opportunities to enhance bowling facilities at Rankin Park, and to look at how those facilities and the other facilities in the park could work better together as a sort of campus type arrangement, rather than obviously all operate separately.
Okay. Right, so I think peace is possibly broke now. So, Gwen, if you could read out Tommy's amendment with regard to the words potentially integrate, and then we could hear that, and then if we get agreement that does not stop the pressing of the button to go ahead, then we could go ahead with that. So you can read that out again.
You wish me to read the amendment once again?
Yes, but
Okay.
you're putting the words potentially.
Yes. Okay. So this is a final bullet to be added to the existing recommendation, which reads, in recognition of the clear cooperation of the Rankin Park Bowling Club, the committee notes the synergy available on the site to potentially integrate the proposed tennis facility with the adjacent bowling club, and without delaying planned works, remits officers to bring back a report exploring the options for the bowling clubhouse relocation on site.
Right, okay, thanks, Gwen. Now, I'm just looking for a thumbs up for our officers here. They think that will not delay anything we're doing. Okay? Okay, right. So in that case, I don't think we need to put it to a vote. If Tommy's happy with that, and the rest of the committee's happy with that, can we agree the recommendations with that amendment? There we go. That wasn't that hard, was it? Thank you, everyone. Now, if we could move along to agenda item number 8, which is Eddie Montgomery. It's the artificial sports pitches asset reviews life cycle plan. Eddie.
Thanks, convener. The report includes, as Appendix 1, a revised artificial sports pitches asset management plan covering the leisure and the school estate. It also outlines options considered for the Parklea Community Sports Facility and the recommended scope for the life cycle replacement work at that location. As outlined within the document in Appendix 1, the previous life cycle plan assumed 2 key activities for artificial pitches: a midlife rejuvenation after 7 years and a carpet replacement after 12 years. The revised plan considers guidance that's been developed around the expected lifespan of playing surfaces and actual playing hours. Information on pitch utilisation has been provided through Inverclyde Leisure, and specialist surveys have been undertaken to assess the condition of the surfaces. This information has been brought together and used to prepare a revised life cycle plan. Section 6 outlines the options considered for the Parklea facility and the recommended scope of works following consideration by the Council's corporate management team. I'd ask that the committee note the report, approve the recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eddie. I'm looking to see if there's any questions. I can't see any. Can we... Lynn, sorry, you've got a question, Lynn.
Yeah, thanks for that, Eddie. Just a couple of questions on Parklea, and obviously the option about the main stadium being sort of upgraded to the super version. So just to confirm that when Inverclyde Leisure are actually leasing this out,
that will still have access to all. So my concern is, because there's like a two-tier pitch system, that there'll be certain clubs or teams, or even teams within teams, that actually they'll dictate exactly who can use. So in effect, that the elite pitch will still be access to everyone, because I can see how that will work potentially. You know, the Morton Academy will get used to that, and the other smaller teams or smaller clubs within the team will, especially Morton and the community teams, will be shoved off to the sort of, I think it's the number 2 as they call it. And also just who's going to project manage that? Will it be an Inverclyde Leisure project management, or will it be the council, or will it be a bit of both?
Maybe 2 specific questions.
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily answer for Inverclyde Leisure on the first one, although my understanding is that nobody will be given preferred use of the pitch. It will be for anybody. It's a community facility, and it will be operated as such. So it will be on a first come first served basis, and people will make bookings as they always have to do through the Inverclyde Leisure booking system. In terms of the surface, just to kind of clarify, it's upgrading the actual base. It doesn't change the carpet that's been provided. It just gives it gives a better basis for moving forward and ensuring the pitch stays in as good a condition for as long as possible. So it'll benefit everybody who uses it ultimately. And the second question is, it's a council managed project. It won't be through Inverclyde Leisure, so it's part of the overall asset management plan that we take forward, and we're taking forward other similar, carpet replacements and rejuvenations through the council in tandem with this. For Inverclyde Academy, for example, there's a carpet replacement plan there this year, and there's rejuvenation at both Port Glasgow campus and St Columbus planned for the 3G pitches there this year as well.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. Is that okay, Lynn?
Yeah, no, I think that it's probably maybe a conversation. I think just to know that it's maybe a conversation for Inverclyde Leisure to have with Morton. Because just by having experience of using Parkley, there seems to be a bit of a hierarchy of a football team. So I think it would be welcome to have that for Inverclyde Leisure, to have that chat with Morton to say that this is a community facility and it's not actually been put in just for the academy.
Yeah, thank you. Great. I have Chris McElhenney. Chris, you want to comment?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on Eddie's comment that there is preferential treatment. So you obviously, when you get in and get your agreed booking slot, so the Port Glasgow Juniors Football Club, they are guaranteed their slot for their match days. So I just wanted, in case that wasn't clear, that all of a sudden there would be a bidding war and Port Glasgow Juniors would miss out in the Saturday games. It's the Inverclyde Leisure system in place has been operating pretty well for a while. And just on the point of Morton, I don't think it should be seen as a bad thing that, like young people, young boys and young girls can aspire to become professional football players. And I'm actually quite welcoming of the fact that we're going to have an elite surface. Because, the basic point on the back of the last debate, it as a matter of fact, does leverage money into the area, because it's the criteria that you require for certain the funding rounds in Project Brave, as I'm sure Tony's became an expert on over maybe the last 12 months, for the amount of dialogue he's had to have with the SFA, who we should, of course, thank as well, because I know that they have been involved with Tony in helping get together everything we need. So I think it's a positive step. I mean, ideally we would do every pitch like this, but obviously it's not required. And obviously, as I say, speaking to the point of the experience of having 2 dud knees on playing on a pristine pitch, I think it's something that's very welcome. It'll lead to a much higher standard of junior football, which is good. And I know Councillor Wilson's a big fan of junior football. And I think that for a professional elite point of view, it creates a pathway that young people across Inverclyde have got a quality facility that they can aspire to one day play on. Because we shouldn't forget that when we managed to build this facility, it was quite a national leading piece of the jigsaw in Scotland's sport asset. So I think we should be very, very happy that we're going to get it up to a better spec.
Okay, before I ask officers to comment, I'll let Councillor Wilson in. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Convener. Councillor Quinn and Councillor McElhenney have pretty well said what I was going to say. Councillor McElhenney, you weren't a dud when you were in goals for the Port Glasgow Juniors. You were actually quite good. I am also concerned about the mention of Morton Football Club here and no mention of the Port Glasgow Juniors. The Morton Football Club have not made great friends with the Port Glasgow community in the way they have handled and the way they've dealt with Pat Lee. So, Eddie, did you speak to the Port Glasgow Juniors at all?
It's not really for me, that side of things. I don't know if Tony can comment on that. And to go back to Chris's point, I was speaking for myself, my understanding, I don't deal with the booking side of things. Only thing I can say is I've got 2 dud knees as well, so I do sympathise. So.
Tony, did you speak to the Port Glasgow Juniors?
I haven't spoken to them, but although Morton's mentioned here, very clear that this isn't.
It's a community facility.
It's a community facility, and it's not for any one club to either deter or to monopolise one pitch. But I haven't spoken. I don't know whether Hugh, you've spoken to Port Glasgow Juniors anytime recently, but no, I haven't.
Right. Okay. I'll let.
Thank you, Tony.
The saviour of Port Glasgow Juniors to come in now, Stephen McCabe. Stephen.
I thought you were going to bring Councillor Wilson back in there again.
I saved Port Glasgow Juniors in the 89th minute.
Hey, Stephen.
I was going to agree with a lot of what Councillor McElhenney Chris said around it. I think it is important to give young people, young men, young women, the opportunity to progress their skills to the point where they are able to participate in elite sport, if we want to call professional football elite sport. I only wish that the professional clubs and their representative bodies were as willing to put their hands in their pockets as they are to give us advice on the type of facilities that we provide in Inverclyde.
Oh, okay, thanks for that, Stephen. I mean, I think all the comments have been taking place here. As a community facility, we want to ensure that Port Glasgow Juniors still use it, and we recognise the importance of having a professional club within Inverclyde. So all those comments, can we agree the recommendations? Thank you. Can we move along to agenda item number 10, which is examining Inverclyde's historical connections with the slave trade?
Convener number 9. Number 9.
Sorry, my apologies, everyone. I was just that keen to get things going. Number 9, thanks, Shan, is the update on community halls and proposals for interim arrangement for grants to voluntary organisations, and that'll be Tony.
Thank you very much, Convener. This report updates members on the financial position of our self-managed community centres and seeks approval to continue with the current levels of funding during the remainder of the financial year. The report also proposes interim proposals for GTVO in order that the council is able to quickly support local groups, particularly with their efforts contributing to post-COVID community recovery, and also to mitigate the impact of lack of participation and income for some of these groups. We've already advanced at the start of the pandemic. We advanced some of the GTVO to some groups that were struggling particularly at the start. And so what we are proposing here is an interim situation to be able to continue supporting our local groups until we get a position of revising the approach to GTVO in the new year. Now, our intention is to undertake a full consultation, obviously speak to Councillor Brooks first around this as chair of the grant subcommittee, but to fully engage with members over this calendar year and hopefully by the end of December, that to see how we can actually improve our approach to GTVO as well. So what we have, the report sets out the interim position just for this year only, and that if there were any awards over £10,000 being considered, that we would still refer these to the grants subcommittee for approval. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, but I do think it's important that we do get some sort of member sight of it, so I think it is important that we do have them consultations with, rather than a named councillor, the chair of grants to voluntary organisations. It is important that they still see sights of what's actually happening in the name of their committee. So with that, Elizabeth, were you wanting to come in?
Yeah, it was really to kind of to back up that point. I think taking a pragmatic approach to what we're doing with GTVO just now is sensible, but I think if we do lose members' oversight of it, then that's problematic. That was really just the point I wanted to emphasise.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. David?
Yeah, it's a report that worries me. I think that members are best placed to make decisions on local voluntary bodies. I think they're a position than officers. I think it's a dangerous route to go down. I think officers do need, for their own protection, the decision of a committee, which has scrutinised what they're doing. I'm quite content now that the chair of the Grants to Volunteers will have an interest in it all, but I wouldn't want to see this sort of decision making continuing into the future. I think it should be seen as something for possibly not even further than this calendar year. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thanks, David. I'll let Natasha come in. Natasha, you want to comment?
It's just kind of picking up a little bit on what David said there. Was just, I think in these exceptional times, this is a one-off rather than rewriting the whole grants to volunteers, which I know we were having not an investigation, but we were assessing the best way forward with it, because I do think that there does need to be member accountability for it. So I do support it going forward at this point due to COVID and the kind of constraints that we've got and the constraints that have been put on our clubs and groups that would apply. So I think that kind of takes a little bit of what David was saying, but I do think that going forward we need to find a way post-COVID or with COVID doing this in the future.
Okay, thanks, Natasha.
Jim
McLeod, sorry. Right, Jim McLeod.
Yeah, Jim, I mean, I agree with previous comments. I think that, it's been difficult times, obviously, the last 6 months, and I can fully understand why decisions were taken as were to protect organisations and indeed the community halls over till the beginning of next year. I can certainly understand that, but we've got to be very wary here for all the reasons that have already been outlined. I think the other thing is as well that members, amongst many of our members, myself included, I've got 30 years involvement with the voluntary sector, and I know there are other councillors in the council, some who have came from a community background, and we're obviously in touch with community groups and with individuals and organisations that are out there, and I think at the end of the day it does fall on us for any decisions that are taken. So I think any decisions that are taken, I think, should come back to ourselves.
Right, thank you, Jim. And I think the officers can probably read the mood of the room to make sure that, to clarify the recommendations are as. However, what we want the proviso on the recommendations is that that the chair, rather than a named councillor, the chair to the grants to voluntary organisation is consulted when we're making the decisions. If that's okay. Does that clarify the recommendations to everybody? Who's Tommy? Yep, Tommy, on you go.
I echo a lot of the comments that were already made, convener, and what I'm struggling to understand, if we can hold committees by video conferencing right, left and centre, why now can we not hold a video conference for the GTVO?
Okay, fair enough question. Tony or Ruth, who wishes to take that? Ruth?
I'll take it. I don't think it's necessarily about the holding of video conferences. I think it's about the distribution of the grants and basically what we're asking for. This, and it is absolutely context specific, and certainly very happy to work with the chair of the GTVO. But this is about ensuring clubs survive and looking at the different amounts of funding they have been able to access over the COVID period and what they need to keep going. It's in nobody's interests for one club to end up with too much money and then another club to stop surviving because it just wasn't able to access grants. So I think what we're looking at here is similar to how we've worked with other organisations over the COVID period, is to say the purpose of this grant is to ensure survival. I don't know if Tony's got anything to add to that.
Tony?
Yeah, absolutely echo what Ruth was saying there, and it's not about taking, I suppose, control out of elected members. We will be absolutely reporting what has been given to whom under the proposals, and it is very, very much just for, so in terms of the speed and the distribution, that we can actually support as many of our community groups as possible at this point to make sure they survive, because they are struggling. So, but it's absolutely an interim position, and it's certainly not something that we recommend going forward.
With that, Tommy, does that answer that question for you? It's more about survival of...
Yeah, absolutely, and I understand all the sentiments behind it, everything, and I support the sentiments behind it, but I just find it very hard to believe. If you're in an emergency meeting for GTDO tomorrow, you would get members to go and see it. So I'm not comfortable with it, but I'm not going to take it any further because I think it's been expressed, but I think if it's a one-off, then okay, but not comfortable.
Right, thank you, Tommy. So with that in mind, can we agree the recommendations with the proviso that it's done in discussion with the chair of the Grants to Forward Committee? Thank you. Can we now move along to item number 10, which is examine Inverclyde's historical connections to the slave trade? Is Alana? Alana, you going to take us through that? I don't know if we've still got Alana. Ruth, if we've not got Alana, can you maybe take us through the report?
Yes, I'm just looking to see if she's coming online.
She's been really struggling with the connection. I'll go and try and physically get hold of her. Okay. I'll take you through the report. So basically, we were tasked with examining Inverclyde's historical connections to the slave trade and the ways in which these connections can be recognised in today's society. And I know Alana has put a lot of thought and work into this, and basically she's not starting in a vacuum, because there has been work done in the past looking at sugar ships and slaves, and also the roots to roots, which was with the primary peoples.
Can everybody hear me?
Oh, is that Alana back in?
No, can't hear me.
Yes, we can.
Alana, we can hear you.
I can hear him.
Ruth, I think you should continue anyway,
okay,
because
I'll continue.
I know education's coming on at 4 o'clock, so
okay.
You can.
So basically, we're asking for a couple of things here. That we're asking for approval for the formation of a working group to look at historical connections. That is remitted to the head of culture communities for to determine the remit, participation and reference for the working group. And it's also recommended that the committee notes that the final report, including recommendations, will come to a future meeting of this committee. I didn't want to steal Alana's thunder, but also to say we've got some good news on National Heritage Lottery funding, which will help to support this. So Alana, I've done most of the overview, and I've just said we've got some money in the back as well.
Oh. I hate to say it, Alana, you're on mute.
Already told you, but the report outlines some work that's already taken place to examine the historic links to slavery, and it proposes that the Watt Institution undertakes a reinterpretation of museum collections, and that we have sought funding to do this. I'm able to confirm today that we've received that funding, and I'll be able to bring a further paper with more details on this to the next meeting of this committee. The paper also proposes the formation of a working group to take this issue forward, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Alana. I'll let Elizabeth in first. Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jim. That's great news. First of all, about the funding, that is excellent news in terms of that. My comment, I guess, is actually a more general one than about the paper that's been put forward today. Some members and people in front of me, you lovely people in front of me, will already know that Stuart Millen has been trying to do some work in terms of a sort of human rights museum, anti-slavery museum that incorporates the historical context of the area and something bigger, more national perhaps. We're obviously going to, if we do try and proceed with that, we're going to be vying with Glasgow and Edinburgh for such a notion. And I think I'm quite happy to go on record to say I think everyone should get that type of provision, because Glasgow and Edinburgh have got enough, quite frankly. But the kind of reason I'm bringing that up as a sideways thing for what's in front of us today, obviously what we've got in paper here is much more general. It's about the sort of notion of our heritage generally in terms of anti-slavery, not about the provision of a particular building or facility to mark that. But what I would absolutely hate to happen is for us to miss out on opportunities and to miss out on potentially the opportunity of a national provision, because we've done what we've done in the past with heritage and tourism, quite frankly, where we've had the People's Front of Judea and the Judean People's Front, and having two strands working not cohesively together has meant that we miss out on things and we don't do things as well as we possibly could. And I just, as we're setting out on this right at the very, very beginning of something that I want to succeed so much, and for us to get so much of an opportunity of it, something really truly incredible, I just want to kind of have that out there so that we're all mindful of not doing that kind of two-pronged attack that means that we're never as effective as we might be if we do one thing tremendously well. So that's my comment, really. It's not to decry or to say don't do anything that's in our paper. I'm not disagreeing with any of the recommendations, but I would like to see a synergy depending on how Stuart's working group progresses. I would really like to see a synergy with what we're wanting to do and the ambitions that we have as an organisation, as a council, to synergise with that in a cohesive and productive way.
Thanks, Elizabeth. We've got a few members who wish to come in. So what I'll do is I'll give you the order, and then Councillor Wilson, you can put down your hand knowing that I'm going to come to you. So we've got Chris McElhenney, and then Lynn Quinn, and then Councillor Wilson, and then hopefully finishing up with Councillor McCabe. So Chris McElhenney first. Chris?
Thanks, Convener. It's just two specific questions. I think it's good that the working group's getting formed. I'm just noting that the working group is to include representation from BAME members of the community. So obviously specific, the B for BAME is black, and I think the black population of Scotland is about 1%, and Inverclyde's substantially lower than that. So I'm just wondering how Alana feels she would have to be able to get that sort of lived experience from that particular community, when that is a very underrepresented community in Inverclyde, not because it is underrepresented across Scotland, but it's specific in Inverclyde it is, and it's obviously really paramount to everything you're trying to achieve. Second point is just on kind of an act, the Policy and Executive Committee that Councillor McCabe had brought his proposal forward, that Mr Malone had basically embarked on a crusade to remove the historical from Gourock, and there was to be a follow-up dialogue with Gourock councillors on basically how to address that. Do you now plan that you would incorporate that into the working group to discuss whether there's any connotations from historic coat of arms that there would be any proposals going forward from that?
Okay, Alana?
Through you, Convener, I think in answer to the first question, obviously I'm not unaware of the statistics in terms of black and minority ethnic residents in Inverclyde. So obviously that isn't going to be a particularly easy part of forming the working group. However, I feel it's really important to try. We don't want to sort of have a continuation of what we've had in the past, where the Black minority ethnic voice has been completely missing. So whether or not that is successful, I suppose, remains to be seen. But I think it's a really key part of forming the group would be to try to get that representation. The second question in relation to the community consultation around the report of arms. Yes, I think it probably would make sense to tie those pieces of work together. My understanding is that Hugh's team have been asked to look at the good consultation, and I will tie in with Hugh and make sure that the left hand knows what the right hand's doing, and that we're tying that all together.
Okay, thank you, Alana. Chris, does that answer your questions?
I just think it is important to draw
Okay.
on the membership, particularly when we talk about BAME people, because obviously many members of the council always highlight that this is important, but specifically when we're looking at BAME, so this is about examining Inverclyde's historical connections with slave trade, and it was a transatlantic slave trade. So, like, I would think that if we were to just say, well, we've got a BAME member of the community on the board, and they're a member of the Scots community, they're a member of the Scots Polish community, etc. Well, they would perhaps be a BAME person, but for this project, that's not really the people whose views we should be listening to. So I just think of maybe that it is difficult to get members in the community to join the group. Maybe we should be looking at actually commissioning or asking specialists to join it from that background, whether they're university professors, learned people from that background, just to make sure we've got that voice in the group, just in case we get a position where no one's came forward for the Inverclyde Black community. And we end up with this working group that comes forward with solutions, and the quite obvious charge would be, well, it's a group of white people who have come up with these proposals, which maybe we should just make sure we don't get to that stage.
Right, fair enough point, and I'm sure Alana will take that on board. Can I move on to Lynn? Lynn, you've got next. Lynn? Yep, Lynn.
Yeah, I think it's just echo what Chris has said. I think it is really important. It was really about, it was trying to explore how you would recruit people from the Black ethnic minorities, locally, and maybe we use one of the agencies there. We've already got an agency in Inverclyde who has sort of linked up with some of our ethnic minorities that they could help, because I think that it would be quite an intimidating environment for members of the community to come and give their views. So I think if any assistance with that would be most welcome. So it's really good to see that the makeup of the committee. I was also wanting to look at a kind of gender quota as well, to make sure that committee is also a gender split, a good gender split on there as well. We just don't want to, by going one way and not going the other. So it would be good to make sure we've got proper female representation on there as well. The quotas we've got, we're talking about statues, and they're mainly white men. We've got statues all over Scotland, but we've actually got more statues of animals than we have of women. So I think we need to look at the Black and ethnic minorities, but also female Black and ethnic minorities, because they are really at the bottom of the list. But also, I'm not sure, under this, is it just looking at the slave trade, or will we progress on to looking at that sort of general racism and underrepresentation and those kind of things for our ethnic minorities? Are we going to take it down that route, or is it purely just about the sort of slave?
Through you, convener, I think what we would probably want to do is form the group first, and then I think it's in the paper that it would be remitted to the head of culture and communities and educational resources to sort of specify the remit, but obviously the membership of the group to a great extent will probably determine exactly what the group looks at.
Do the thing.
Okay. Thanks, Alana. Now, it's people can probably see we have got members of the Education Committee part of the agenda joining us. So I welcome them along and say they're welcome to stay and listen in for the last few agenda items for this. What I would intend to do is at the end of this, I would have a 5-minute comfort break to allow members of the community side of things to have that, to be able to go away and do whatever they've got to do for 5 minutes. But with that, I've got a few. This is the agenda item, examining Inverclyde's historical connections with the slave trade. And just now I have Councillor Wilson ready to come in. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. I think there is nothing wrong with examining Inverclyde's historical connections to the slave trade. Nothing wrong with that. But I think we should be quite sure we keep it at that, because ideas, culture and customs and habits of 200 years ago are not acceptable in today's society. But we can't go and change the past. So first examining our connections, one thing I would like to ask Anna, if you look at connections to the slave trade, much of it's associated with the Shaw Stewart family of Argowan. The municipal buildings was built based on monies they made. The Alice School, many places connected with Shaw Stewarts. Do you intend to have a member of the Shaw Stewart family on your committee?
Through you, Convener, yes, that's definitely a possibility. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Alana.
Okay. Now I've still got Councillor McCabe and Councillor Brennan want to come in on this item. So, Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, two points. First is around the issue Chris had raised about lacking ethical members of the community.
Before you go on, can I ask that everybody mutes their microphones? We're getting a wee bit of bad feedback. So if everybody can please mute their microphones, it'd be much appreciated. Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, at the time I put forward the motion, which was unanimously agreed, and the report is based on the motion, which is the terms of reference for the group. I received a number of representations, as did other members from local groups who were very supportive of looking at this, and there were members of the Black and ethnic minority community who'd made representations, and I had passed all the contact details on to the director at the time. So there certainly are people from the Black and ethnic minority community locally who have very much got an interest in this, and obviously we can draw on expertise from out within Inverclyde as well. But the main point was around the issue that Elizabeth raised about the working group that Stuart McMillan has sort of established. As I understand it, the government are going to be consulting on potentially some sort of national museum, and we certainly as a council will be engaging in that, and I think bringing some expertise to the table. I don't see the two things cutting across each other, to be perfectly honest. I see them as complementing each other. Stuart McMillan has contacted me directly and asked if I would go into his working group, but that needs to go through due process through the council, and the chief executive is progressing that to clarify the terms of reference of the group and what would be expected of the council, or indeed myself, or any other member of the council who would go into the working group that Stuart's established. So more than happy, once we obviously get a report, we can consider that matter. But personally, more than happy to be involved looking at potentially how we could bring any national museum to Inverclyde, because if there's going to be a national museum, then let's have it in Inverclyde rather than Glasgow or Edinburgh or anywhere else. But I don't see the two cutting across each other. I think they potentially could complement each other.
Sorry, everybody. Martin Brennan.
I did play a part in the triangular trade, but it wasn't a major part. But what was, but we should recognise that we did take part in this fairly infamous trade. What I was going to ask Alana was, have you any idea what shape or form this will take finally? You know, there's going to be a working group set up. Are you talking about exhibitions in the museum or events in the library or whatever? I know it's early days, Alana, but have you any ideas?
Yes, through the convener. I think that's exactly right, Councillor Brennan. I think it will probably result in exhibitions within the museum. Without going into too much work about the funded project, we'd be looking at reinterpreting the museum collections. Some of that would be done professionally, but some of that would also be done with community involvement. Yes, the end result of that would absolutely be exhibited in the museum, perhaps at a moving exhibition. So yes, absolutely. Besides that, I wouldn't really want to preempt what might come of the group itself. So I'm not sure what the eventual recommendations in the future paper. Obviously don't know at this stage what they might be, but the museum work which will be going on at the same time as the working group will aim to decolonise the museum collections in terms of Inverclyde's involvement in the triangular trade.
Okay, thank you, Alana. Obviously, I'm quite keen to press on. Can we agree with the recommendations?
I agree.
Thank you. And with that, can we move quickly on to agenda item number 11, which is reaffirming Inverclyde's commitment to fair trade. Alana, if you could be nice and
Okay, thanks, convener. The purpose of the report is to inform committee about the current position with respect to fair trade zone status in Inverclyde, and obviously seeking approval for plans to reaffirm the council's support for fair trade. Having discussed with the Scottish Fair Trade Forum, it's now been confirmed that Inverclyde can submit a delayed renewal application to reinstate our fair trade status. So we hope that would not be a particularly lengthy piece of work. The report contains a note of the sort of required commitments from the council for this, and once this has been achieved, it would be possible to then install visual signage to recognise Inverclyde as a fair trade zone. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Alana. It's very important. I don't mean to just thing me by it, but I know it's something that probably everybody is extremely keen on that they keep. But I can't see anyone wishing to talk on it, so can we agree the recommendations? And with that, can we move along to agenda item number 12, which is the anti-poverty initiatives? And Louise is going to take us through this. Louise.
Thank you very much. So this is to provide more detail on the anti-poverty initiatives around food insecurity, digital connectivity and strengthening the third sector base. The funding was approved through Policy and Resources last month, and this report will also provide an overview of the Scottish Government Food Fund that was made available to Inverclyde. As I said, the Policy and Resources Committee approved a number of projects to be supported by the £1 million anti-poverty initiatives and recommended that more information should be presented to this committee. So the report in front of you provides information around the food insecurity. £150,000 to provide each child who is eligible for school meals, school clothing grant to receive a £40 payment during the Christmas shutdown period to alleviate the pressure on food and food insecurity. £60,000 for digital connectivity to provide people who are trying to upskill themselves but need additional digital support, whether that's through Wi-Fi, whether it's through hard drives, or whether it's through support for capacity in order that they can continue their learning into employment. Funding will also be made available to strengthen the partner organisations with the third sector who received short and time-limited funding from Scottish Government during COVID. It still requires support to help people living in the communities across Inverclyde, who many still remain at financial risk or marginalised. The Community Fund will be awarded to projects who can demonstrate that they will help alleviate poverty, that they will support the most vulnerable and those that are living in hardship. It's part of the Humanitarian Community Recovery Plan, and that the organisation will struggle to deliver the outcomes linked to locality planning. Organisations will be able to apply for a one-off max payment of £40,000. In addition to that, the report also outlines funding that we received during the COVID pandemic, support from Scottish Government to enable food to be distributed across the local authority. A lot of this food was delivered either through the local authority itself or with third sector and community organisations, and included the £25 per fortnight to those children and families
who were entitled to free school meals. Also provided additional shopping bags to families who were identified as most vulnerable and in need. There was meals prepared and delivered to older people and adults who were identified through the HSCP. And money was also given to third sector organisations to increase their reach of services and provide additional meals. In addition to that, Scottish Government made direct funding to Fairshare, which is a Glasgow organisation, which enabled Inverclyde Council to become a local distribution service. And we've provided more than 12 tonnes of food across 9 local organisations on a weekly basis. Proposals for the remainder of the Scottish Government Food Fund include supporting local food banks to help with continued food insecurity, deliver food banks again to families who do still remain vulnerable and require the additional support from food, develop a local food pantry in one location in Inverclyde in partnership with the third sector. Developing this food pantry in Inverclyde will enable people to access quality food at reduced cost through local membership. It's a shop that will become owned by the community and will encourage people to buy food to prevent it from going to waste or going to landfill. And this is the buy-in, if you like, to remove the stigma associated, which might come in from having a pantry idea. It's already been set up in Glasgow and we're very much following their model. The conditions of the grant from the Scottish Government mean that this funding has to be allocated before the end of September, and therefore this project would be appointed under a directly awarded contract as part of the emergency COVID response. Inverclyde Community Development Trust have already progressed a proposal looking at food pantry. Prior to COVID, this was something they were looking to set up in Inverclyde. They have a thought-out project plan, and the intention would be to allocate £60,000 to the trust to set up a food pantry subject to outcomes being agreed with the trust in line with Inverclyde Council. The recommendations are that the committee notes the use of the anti-poverty funding, agree the recommendations for community funding awarded to be reported to Education Community Committee, and agrees that a direct award of £60,000 is given to Inverclyde Community Trust to develop a food pantry subject to officers agreeing suitable outcomes with the trust. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Louise. I'll let Natasha come in first. Natasha.
Thank you for letting me come in first, convener. I suppose the point that I want to make is it sounds like there's a lot of good stuff going on here, like stuff that is really going to help make a difference to not just young people but families and individuals as well. But my question would be, like, do we have a strategic plan to try and help lift people out of poverty long term? Because obviously this is something that it's been an issue that we've been talking about for years and years and years, and COVID's just made it that worse, if not a huge bit worse for some individuals and families. So I suppose part of what I'd like to see possibly going forward is just a strategic plan about what we're going to do to help lift these families and individuals that are getting help right now out of poverty. I know that we do have the anti-poverty fund set up and things, but it would be useful to see this kind of linked into that, maybe from now on into future reports, to kind of figure out strategically how we're going to try and decrease the impact of poverty on people in our area.
Okay, just on that note, Natasha, you know we've got the Child Poverty Local Action Report, which we submit to Scottish Government on an annual basis. It's usually reported in June each year. However, because of COVID, Scottish Government enabled us to have a bit more time. So that's at the moment we'll be doing the rounds of coming to committee to enable you to see what has happened and the priorities around food aid and employment and employability were priorities for the local Child Poverty Action Group. So there is a plan there. It's not necessarily a plan that's set up on the back of COVID, but it was a plan that was already there, highlighting the priorities for Inverclyde based on evidence of need.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
So, okay, Natasha?
Yep.
And quite clearly we know come the end of the furlough scheme, and we know the indications are that it's only going to get worse before it gets better, if it does get better. I can't see anybody else coming in. I just want to take this over. Sorry,
Jim McLeod.
Jim, yeah, on you go, Jim, sorry.
Yeah, just to say, I've got to congratulate Council, Scottish Government and the third sector for all the work they've done in the last few months. in securing that people are fed and around food security. My question is regarding the food pantry. Great idea. It does help remove stigma moving forward. But I just wondered, has any discussions taken place so far with the likes of the food, Fraser Donaldson, people at the food bank, places like Craigend, Broomhill, and other providers of food, so as we don't lose any of that going forward, and perhaps their involvement with a future food pantry organisation. And what I mean, the £60,000 very welcome, but what about in a more long-term basis? How would food be provided? What more long-term plans is there? Or will we get more details in the future?
Louise, I don't know if you'll be able to help with that.
Absolutely. So yes, there have been initial meetings. There is a local food network, which includes third sector organisations, not all of them granted, but there is a food network that we're engaging with. We've also had a kind of bigger food insecurity meeting that very much included Fraser from I-58 and included Stetwell, included the Trust. So there was a wider, because this is going to take all parties to get involved and get behind this to make this work locally, and everyone was absolutely against it, absolutely for it. So we need to continue those conversations and develop what the pantry is going to look like, develop what the outcomes are going to be from the pantry, and also really work with the community, because this will only work if the community buy into it, and it becomes less of a stigma and more of an environmental type organisation that is built by the community, that's delivered by the community and is used by the community. And on your second point, Councillor MacLeod, we are, one of the proposals that was amongst the £1 million anti-poverty fund was that we would continue to pay fair share for a membership, so that we'll continue to receive a 50-week contribution of food through fair share. But also the Trust, part of the work that they've done is look at other funding opportunities to enable us to take to go forward.
Okay, thank you, Louise. Can I ask everyone to, nobody wants to come in, can I ask people to agree the recommendations? Thank you. And with that, can I move on to agenda item number 13, which is an update on Inverclyde Leisure and the Beacons at Arts Centre. And that'll be Ruth that will take us through that. Ruth?
Okay, so this is an update on the current position of the Beacon and IL. So I'll start with the Beacon. Section 5.1 of the report shows you the very positive work that was undertaken by the Beacon during lockdown. 5.2 shows the recovery plan and the phasing of the recovery plan being considered by the board. And just to say that in opening a theatre, it's going to be not very cost effective to put on a production. It's with half the people there. So, and this is going to be part of the issue with the recovery for both the arts and the leisure sector. However, the Beacon has been helped out financially by the Scottish Government's Performing Arts Venues Relief Fund and has received 114,000. So therefore, I'm delighted to announce that the Beacon at this point needs no further input of funding from the Council. Section 6 considers Inverclyde Leisure. Again, the same format of the report. 6.1 outlines the very positive input from Inverclyde Leisure over the COVID period. And 6.2 considers aspects of the phased recovery plan being considered by their board. Now, as the regulations change, as the rules change, both the Beacon and IL have had to be agile in their recovery plan, I would say. We noticed the bringing forward of the opening of swimming pools. IL are opening on the 7th. Many other pools in the sector are not opening until the 14th. However, in line with the rest of the country, IL are going to be working in significantly difficult financial times, and basically they have a are projecting a 1.19 million operating loss. £820,000 has already been agreed by PNR to give IL some financial comforts. And this report is asking you to note the phased recovery, but also asking for an additional amount of money for £80,000, I think it is, yes, 80,000 for IL, which has previously not been approved by PNR. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Can I first of all take Councillor McCabe in? Stephen.
Yeah, and thanks, convener. I mean, obviously this report highlights the scale of the challenges being faced by the Beacon and Inverclyde Leisure, which are clearly not unique to these type of facilities in Inverclyde. It's a national, indeed a worldwide situation. I'm pleased for that the additional funding has come for the Beacon, but obviously we don't know how long this situation is going to continue, so potentially there will be challenges for us. Inverclyde Leisure obviously facing a huge reduction in income, and this report is about asking for a further £80,000 from Policy and Resources to increase our funding to £900,000, which is a lot of money, and potentially again we're facing challenges. It's not my dog.
Apologies.
Okay. Okay, so we're potentially facing challenges going forward. We know in terms of the budget, potentially pressures coming from the leisure side. So I don't underestimate the scale of the challenges that Inverclyde Leisure and the council are going to face over the coming months. But clearly there has been some concern expressed about the fact that Port Glasgow swimming pool is not going to open till at least the spring of next year. And I know again there are, as we discussed earlier in the meetings, there are different views on who saved the Port Glasgow swimming pool. I'll leave it for others to decide that. But I think it's at least important that we ask the question of Inverclyde Leisure around the swimming facilities in terms of what would it cost to reopen Port Glasgow swimming pool, what would we get in terms of the benefits of that, and what sort of access to the public there would be. So I'm happy to propose that we ask that question, and that the response from Inverclyde Leisure is incorporated in the report that goes to Policy and Resources around the additional funding to see whether potentially there is a case for us coming up with some further funding which would allow Port Glasgow pool to open earlier than is currently planned.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. I had an indication that Lisbeth wanted to speak, and then Lynn Quinn. Lisbeth?
Yeah, I think very similarly to Stephen's points, actually. I just think it would be useful if we were able to have a look at opening Port Glasgow pool earlier than anticipated. Yeah, I do. That's really doesn't go any further than that. To be honest, I think it's different from the waterfront pool. It's different from that facility there, and I think my hunch would be that it would actually add some value and add some capacity for us as we're trying to kind of retain services, retain facilities, and actually help people to retain their activity levels at this sort of crucial point.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Now, I've got Lynn, and then I've got Martin, but I think Martin's just asking a general question of whose dog is it, which unfortunately it's not one that our officers could probably answer. So, Lynn, would you like to go first?
Yeah, it's not my dog. I've got 3 kids. A dog would just push me over the edge. So, yeah, just a quick question. So, I mean, happy. Well, probably first of all, talk about the pool. Yeah, totally agree. We should look at opening the port pool. Maybe looking at when you know, Gourock Pool's only open till the end of October, so then obviously their staff have been then transferred up to Port Glasgow. So then we've got 2 pools opened at one time. Just a question on the Inverclyde Leisure funding. So obviously Inverclyde Leisure as a board were discussing pay increases in living wage, paying the actual living wage. So there was costings there. So I just want to ask, does this additional funding include paying the living wage for Inverclyde Leisure staff?
My understanding is that it does.
Okay.
Okay, Lynn. Okay, thanks. Jim McLeod.
Yeah, just to say, I'm glad we're going to take this approach. I'm sure, like other councillors, I was contacted over the weekend. In fact, I spent most of my weekend speaking to people who were incensed that Portbass wasn't going to be reopened. I did explain to them that it was difficulties, and I'd been in contact with officers who told me the financial difficulties, obviously, Inverclyde Leisure have, and I can fully empathise. But I think when we look at the history of 20 years ago when the Portbass nearly closed forever, when we've seen reductions in opening days and times in the last few years in the Portbass, I think people have been worried about and concerned about the future of the baths. And again, with this happening, I think there's maybe been a wee lack of explanation, perhaps, when the press release went out last week. If it perhaps maybe gave a little bit of details why Portbass weren't being opened at that time, it might have helped. But certainly, moving forward, I think I'm glad to hear that we're going to look at ways in which we can try and resolve this.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I can't see anybody else wanting to come in. So can we agree the recommendations with the addition to what Stephen has asked for to get remitted to the P&R committee looking at the opening of the cost opening of Port Glasgow Baths? Can we agree? Thank you. Can we move along to the four-noting items? The four-noting items is I accidentally muted myself. We're on to the four-noting items. I would just quickly go through these, and if anybody's got anything they want to ask, if they can just do so. Item number 14A is access to free sanitary products update. No one? And item 14B is planning for change, a review of community learning and development plans for Scotland, 2018 to 2021 report. No one? Can I thank everyone very much for finishing that part of the agenda? Can I thank all the members of the education part for their patience? It was a very large agenda, as you can probably imagine, just coming out of COVID. It's probably our first biggest agenda. Can I ask that we reconvene in 5 minutes' time, if possibly, certainly before 4:30, for the second part of the agenda. So 4:30, second part of the agenda. I'd be much appreciated if you all can come back for there. Thank you. Now, that's 4:30. Is there? Can we see who we're still waiting for?
I actually think, Convener, I think I need to do a roll call because it's very difficult to see who's here and who's not. Would you mind if I did that?
Well, I wouldn't mind, Sian.
Okay, I'm just going to go through everybody's name and check if they're here or not. Right, it's like been at school again, I realise. Provost Brennan.
Here. Here.
Councillor Clockerty's here. Councillor Curley. Councillor Curley, are you here? He is here. I think he's here. Councillor Cloud's here. Councillor McCabe. Councillor McCabe here?
I'm here.
Right, okay. Councillor Chris McElhenney still here? Here. Check later. Oh. Councillor McVeigh?
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Murphy?
I'm here.
Councillor Quinn?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson? Councillor Robertson? She's here. Not sure if she's here.
Yeah, I know Liz is having problems with her
Right, okay.
monitor, so she's tried to log on to another monitor.
Right, okay.
So hopefully she'll join us again.
Okay. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Wilson? No. I think we've got Reverend Donaldson. Sounds like excuse me, I'm just going to.
I'm here.
Reverend, right, okay. Reverend Burt is here. I see him. Mrs. Gilpin's here.
Here.
Ms. McMillan and Ms. McEwen. Are they all here? Thank you. I think we're waiting for. I don't see Councillors Wilson and Robertson, and also Councillor McElhenney. I'll just check the. Before we start, I'll just check the participants list to see if they're there. Just hold on. McElhenney is there. I can't hear you. Robertson.
Okay. And can I ask everyone to make sure they're on mute? Possibly make sure they're mute. And also, if you can, use the chat function if you want to comment or ask a question. So all you need to do is say question or comment, and I'll bring you in.
Could I ask if there are any more declarations of interest convened at this stage?
Yeah.
In relation to
of interest or apologies?
I don't think there's any apologies.
Okay.
Hopefully. Any declarations of interest? No.
And we've got Elizabeth back with us as well.
Right, okay.
So with that, can I just thank all the members of the Education Committee? Thanks very much for your forbearance there. Obviously, it is difficult. It was a large agenda item with a lot of key decisions we had to make for the good of people in Inverclyde. So thank you very much for starting half an hour late. So thanks very much for forbearance on that. And with that, I believe we do have some special news. Anne-Marie, I think Anne-Marie has just had a new addition to the family. So can I just congratulate Anne-Marie and say well done? Now, I've not got any details about sex or just the usual stuff, sex, won't wait, anything like that. So Anne-Marie, if you're there, you can always fill us in. No, we look as if we've lost her anyway. Can I move along to agenda item number 15, which is the education update report? Now, I have had the indication from Councillor Rebecca that we will want to ask a ward-specific question on this, and that's why Councillor Rebecca is in on the meeting. So I will ask Chana to come in and ask his ward-specific question when it comes to question time. Thank you. Ruth.
Okay, and just to say, Anna, I had a wee boy, for those who can't see the chat. So before I start the introduction to this report, I'd like to say a huge personal thank you to the whole team who've been involved in education right from February and March this year to today. I mean, that team is all the school staff, and that's not just the teachers and the support staff, it's the cleaning staff, it's the catering staff, the janitors, everybody. The team at the centre have been fantastic, CLD, who've supported so well with the hubs, the unions, the work with all of the unions, regular meetings, just problem solving everything through, school estates who've been brilliant at putting everything in. It sounds like an Oscar speech, I know, but and probably one of the biggest workloads has been with health and safety and Pauline and her team, and absolutely working with the schools all the time to make sure that we're as safe as possible. So, so this education update report was written in time for submission, and as I was writing it, I knew things would change. So I'll go through the headings and perhaps give you some of the latest updates. So at the time of writing, school transport, the guidance had just come out on school transport. As we're all aware, that has slightly changed, in that the latest guidance is now asking anybody using school transport, which is seen as an extension of the school estate, to wear face coverings, and that's above the age of 5. And our initial information is that is going very well. Tony and the team have done a huge job. The changes in the school transport policy has ensured an equity of provision across the whole of Inverclyde, and we've taken that forward. There is only one thing we haven't taken forward, and that's the use of any child who's entitled to school transport going on a public bus. Physical distancing in schools, you may have seen our almost regular nightly appearances on the news. The physical distancing in schools, the 2-metre rule had proved problematic to getting all the pupils in school. So the rules are that the 2 metres distances should remain in place where possible. But it's accepted that primary schools are really going to struggle with that. We're keeping pupils as much as we can in a bubble, and that includes playtimes as well. The secondary schools, in the classrooms, it's been more settled, but where we really were seeing points of concern was around the social areas in schools, and where it just was. It was not possible to keep physical distancing as much as possible between the pupils, and we were seeing congregations. So actually we had promoted the wearing of face coverings just before the national guidance came out, and we know from our staff and our pupils themselves that they now feel a lot more reassured that everything possible is being done. The national guidance of the reopening of schools and early years establishments was produced. We've had the update on the back of the face coverings, but that's been our Bible over the last wee while, making sure that we're absolutely adhering to what we need to do, what we possibly can do, and being sensible and pragmatic about what's possible as well. In addition to that, we've had extra government funding for the additional teachers. Over the holidays, we convened a panel, and so we've recruited, I think it's 17 additional teachers to bring in to use for catch-up. We are expecting further funding coming in, so Michael and his team are looking at putting even more additional teaching capacity into the schools. The specific focus of that is to enable a recovery curriculum for the pupils. They will have missed out, so we're wanting to ensure that pupils can catch up as much as possible. As well, what kept us busy over the summer was the digital inclusion funding. Basically, we have been able to provide 1,200 laptops, and 350 of those having Wi-Fi. We put a bid in, we were successful in the bid, and that hardware and kit has started to come through, and Norman's got a paper at the end of this committee saying the parameters we were looking at to distribute those computers. Delivery of 1140, early years childcare and education, and again Linda's got a paper on this. What I would say is there was no requirement for local authorities to deliver on 1140, but I'm delighted to say that Linda and the team again were so well prepared that they were able to go ahead with that. Yes, there's a few delays on some of the capital projects which we were already aware of, and the allocation of prep places, whilst we've not been able to please everybody, then we've had a few concerns. I would have to say they're nowhere near the amount of concerns we thought we may get from people not being able to get their chosen place and their chosen pattern. The Tier 2 mental health service, we've just had the launch of that, and that starts on the 1st of September, and that's where we work in partnership with HSCP, not only using the school counselling funding, but also money donated by the IJB to look at a holistic approach to providing wellbeing and school-based counselling. So that is being taken forward. And something that was problematic right at the beginning of the lockdown was the refunds for school trips. As you're aware, we had to the government advice was to cancel school trips. There then became a negotiation where everybody was working to get the best outcomes possible. The school trip providers, through no fault of their own, were left having allocated some funds. The insurance providers there was doubt about whether or not we were covered on insurance. And I would have to say the first few weeks of that was ambiguous, difficult, but we worked with each of the schools to take forward the negotiations around that. Halfway through the summer, we realised that we were probably insured for a lot of the cancelled trips, and as I speak, insurance is coming through. However, during the summer, the council also agreed to underwrite any lost funds from any parents. So basically, every parent who's put money into a school trip will be refunded any lost monies, and I know that the officers have started to do those refunds now. It will take time. We do need to work through it. And last, but certainly not least, the SQA exams. What a journey that has been, from the cancellation of the exams, the collation of the estimates, the release of the exam results, and the then change in decision to look at the estimates being used for the results, as well as any grades that the SQA may have upgraded being considered in the results. So we now are in a position where we have just received, I would have to say, and it is hot off the press, our revised set of SQA exam results, and officers are looking through it. I have to say there was weeks worth of work done analysing the data, looking at the differences, and now we're seeing a positive set of results, actually, and one where we're seeing our young people who have continued to do exceptionally well. I realise that's a whistle-stop tour of a lot of things that have taken place, but just to say a huge thank you, and the most important thank you is to the young people themselves, who I have to say have been fantastic through the whole of this. Nobody would have wished this on anybody, but the young people have really worked with us, and they've been a great group of testament to Inverclyde that they've been a great group of people to work with.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. I've got a number of people who wants to ask questions now. Welcome back, Councillor Wilson. Now, I know that Christopher McElhenney wanted to raise an item on this, and I know he's ducking in and out because of his reception. So, Chris, if you're there, I'll ask you to come in first.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just obviously the first point is to thank everyone over the last few months, and it's also good to see the Education Committee members, which we've obviously not seen during the kind of executive committee period they were in. I just wanted to just maybe get a bit more clarity with officers, because I know there's a lot of I'm not going to say misguidance, but there's so many reports going out through the health board about what children should be doing with school, with calls, and I do get answers back off officers, but they just don't seem to be marrying up with like a constant caseload. Again, parents today, kids were at school, they've got sniffles and a cold, they've been sent home from school, they're told they now can't get back to school until they get a test that's negative, and then when they go on again, it's, I know Stephen McCabe's aware in his household highlighted with Aubrey, they're going to book their test, and it's like England, it's Northern Ireland again. I just don't see how this is supposed to be working logistically and practically. Of Jason Leach, the National Clinic Director's telling people, use your common sense, it's just a cold, and then parents tell me, but 20% of common colds are caused by coronaviruses. And I know it is getting into health matters, but obviously it's quite a education-related matter because it's parents every single day now contacting and saying, I don't know if I should send my kid to school because of my school, and then they've got an Ailey Mill or Lady Alice have got to isolate. Well, that's almost 2 weeks I can't afford to take off work, and they send them to school with what they just seem to think is a cold because they've given Calpol for their temperature, or they've given Fixelix or something else like that. They're then been sent home and told they can't go back to school until they've been tested, and it's quite clear that the test capacity just doesn't exist locally to meet people's demands. I mean, I do know that there may be the potential that we could, I've asked if we could get one of the walk-in test centres, but I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. So it's just more to get a narrative from the director on, well, what sort of message should we be telling parents at the moment of this is just this constant contact that I think other members are getting as well from parents asking them about these questions. And when you say to them, well, just make sure you get a test, and they just say, well, I'd love to get a test, but it just didn't seem to be available.
Okay, Ruth.
Okay, so we've sent out recently two letters to all parents from NHS and Public Health Scotland. One's gone out from Jason Leach today, and I think it's basically saying that I think the test, with the schools going back, the testing system has been, the word overwhelmed has been used. A lot of tests have been requested, and unsurprisingly, because a lot of the symptoms of common cold, as Councillor McElhenney said, will be very similar to those from COVID-19. We've sent out, the guidance says, it's very clear, it's a temperature, it's a new and persistent cough, and it's a lack of taste or smell. Now, the lack of taste or smell is harder to do with young children, but actually what we do ask our head teachers to do is to watch out for COVID symptoms. Parents, again, will have to use, and the word common sense is a wonderful one to use, and I know I've been working with colleagues who say, my child's got a slight cough and they've got a temperature, do I send them to school? And it's actually distinguishing between those symptoms that will be problematic for parents. What I would say about the testing is that yes, I think it has been overwhelmed. I think we've had a lot of we've seen an initially high attendance at our schools. It's come down. And it's beginning to rise again. So hopefully we're getting into some sort of equilibrium. Remember, what we always tell to parents as well is you can also book a postal test. Now that takes slightly longer. I absolutely understand that, but that is one option available to parents. People I've spoken to recently have been, whilst initially directed to Inverness or somebody was Northern Ireland, I absolutely understand that, they have actually been able to access tests fairly quickly again through the system, certainly within a couple of days. What I would say is we have a virus out there. We have coronavirus, and when we have a positive test, we are sending children home for 14 days from that bubble. And we've had three positive cases where we have to do the track and trace and make sure that any direct contacts are then sent home from school. So we have to be careful with our school staff and our pupils that we do not exacerbate this by just turning a blind eye to what may well be COVID symptoms. So we do need a balanced approach, but I have to say that having been through three positive cases now, we are not out of the woods yet. We have got bubbles of children who may well be sent home, and we do not want that to happen. If parents keep their children home when they display symptoms, then that will stop the spread of the virus. So we have to be balanced about this.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Chris, I'll let you come back in again if you want. I know it's an important issue that we all have got an interest in.
Jim, it's just, I think, as you'll well understand, it's been quite overwhelming as a councillor as well. So I just thought, what better way than just to air the people's views that they've been given to us, and obviously can let them know they've been aired. And I'm not being critical of Ruth here, but I think one of the points you made does kind of highlight the problem when we're saying, yeah, I know there was issues with testing, but we think those have been stabilised now, and people have been able to access their test within a matter of days, emphasis on days. I just don't think that's credible for us to be telling parents, don't worry, I know you can't get one on Monday, just take 2 or 3 days off work, you will get a test within a few days. I just think this is a bigger problem, and I know that the leader, and I know yourself, and I know Elizabeth, and I know everybody's been raising, making representations about this, but I just think that we need to really bottle this out. We need a proper testing system locally, and we know that when kids go back, they're going to get calls, people are going to keep saying they think they've got symptoms, and I just have the fear that where does this lead? At least to parents saying, well, actually, I'll keep you off school for 1 day, get your sniffles away, and I'll send you back in day 2. They could have had coronavirus and they're back at school still symptomatic, because we're actually asking people to take holidays off work again or lose pay, and I just don't see this as a credible solution other than having a proper testing system in place. But I'm not the only one. I know Stephen McCabe in Aubrey and the Director of Health and Social Care, everybody's been making representations on this for 4 or 5 months, and I just think if we don't get it bottled out now, we're just going to be in a situation that's just not going to help anybody.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And I think, and we know the worry is, and that's before universities and colleges come back, and we expect that when they come back as well, we'll see further. So I think your point is well made, and obviously Louise Long is perfectly aware of the points that we're making, either through the IJB, through the Health and Social Care Committee, myself through the Health Board has raised it with Linda Casca. It's all been raised in as much as we can. But I think we all know your concerns. But with that, I'm going to move on now. What we've got is Councillor Rebecca into the meeting. Now, Councillor Rebecca has got a specific question regarding his ward. So what I would intend to do is allow Councillor Rebecca to ask his question regarding his ward issue, and then allow Channel either to stay and listen into the meeting, but we'll allow him to go as well. And it's good to see that Tony's here as well. So Chana, if you want to ask your question, go ahead.
Can you hear me? What the hell is that?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chan. Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, we can.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Right. It's actually about the safer walking to school. And I won't take the walking part, forget anything else. Now, I know you've walked part of that road recently. And the part the 2 parts that really get me, and I say they're unsafe as far as I'm concerned, is the one that takes you from Larkfield Road down to Matthew Crescent. The gradient in that, I believe, is a 1 in 3. Now, for the last 40 years, kids from various areas going to school, either when it was a Port High or as it is now, St Columba's, or even down to the Old Bay Hill, walked down past Sheriff's Shop, the ones that went down George Road. Now you're asking to go down a lane 1, which is not ready for people to go down because it had moss on it yesterday, which should have been ready for kids to get down it. And if you go and look at it, please, before you make a decision. I'm not moaning about people walking to school. I'm moaning about the safety of them. And the other one is, you come up to Burns Road, just at the corner, we'll see where the doctors used to be, Minerva, and you look along there towards Burns Square, and you'll see there's about 4 houses just at the bottom of Berwick, and there's a short distance there, and the children are told to walk down a path that takes you down past Lincoln Road, onto Pembroke, onto Auckmead, and then up that way, and yet it's only a short distance that way. Now, I'm going to read a little thing. It was out many, many years ago, and it was regarding safety at school. And it basically tells you, safe to be seen, and you have to be seen to be safe. Now, there are places going out of people's visions. And as it is now, anything could happen down there. And I'll not go into details of what happened years ago in different places. All I'm saying is, those parts really get me. At the cemetery, we have put a lot of money on a rail, but apart from that, we also put 2 gullies in. And that's the part that floods, is the gullies. Now, Scott Allen knows that, so that's not good for the kids, you know. But I'm more, at least it can be seen, I'm more worried about the kids going down these lanes, Why, after 40 years, is George Road deemed unsafe, and yet the kids from Reservoir Road or that part of Lartfield Road who are going to St Columba's come up and go down that way, and yet the kids coming from the Lartfield or Braeside have been told to go down a path when they've got a straight road and can be seen. Can be seen, and I'm talking about walking. I'm not talking about anything else. They could be on a bike even. But if they're walking, that's the way they walk. I just find that totally unacceptable, and until the day somebody else takes me away, I'll argue on that point. And I think folks should go and see the gradient and look at it and look at the state of the place. And we don't own the land at the side. I don't know if we cut the trees and bushes away right at the top of it, because that was deemed unsafe when the boys from Rhodes looked at the crossing when they were talking about George Road, maybe putting lights up. They looked up there and they told every one of the councillors that was at that meeting, that is an unsafe crossing, and yet we've been told now it's safe to cross at that part. I just find that awful, and that's really, it's niggling me. Now, we can argue about other stuff and all the rest of it, but to me, that's the most important thing. I once told someone on the main road not to do something, and something happened, and I've never got over that accident because that girl's no longer with us. And that's just what this is. Things can happen here, and I wouldn't like to be responsible on my views of what could happen. Accidents happen everywhere and everywhere else. But all I'm saying is this particular one, we're turning and changing the route. I think we're making it unsafe. Either that, we're saying that for 40 years we've done it unsafely otherwise. I just think seen and be seen and you're safe. Thanks, convener. Right. Thanks to the committee. And can I say, I was listening to you on in Port Glasgow, and I'll have to watch because I use Port Glasgow and it's a great place.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thanks, Channel. What I'm actually going to do, I mean, to summarise, obviously, it's the safety point of view, and it's the safety of the lanes that Channel is probably most worried about, and the safe walking routes to school and safe and be seen. I'm going to ask Tony to comment on that. Tony.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I know, Councillor Rebecca, that you will completely disagree with me because you have been disagreeing with me on this. But the lanes, the routes that we calculate for transport is known as an acceptable walked route. Now, part of that is that we do consider safety in terms of the acceptable places to, is there enough opportunities to cross a road, etc., etc. The issue of personal safety is subjective, and we can't, for one person this might be safe, for other people it won't be. Now, for the purposes of calculating the route for transport, it's an acceptable walked route. Now, these two lanes, I have walked up and down them. I've walked up and down them at several points during the day. I have arranged for all the foliage, everything else to be cut back. I've also arranged for stairs to be fixed, which have now happened. The route, in my view, and the road safety team's view, is an acceptable walk route to school. Now, I am not forcing, or the council rather, is not forcing children to walk a particular route. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. What we're saying is, for the purposes of calculating transport, which is over the 2 miles, there are acceptable routes that are marked out. There is no such thing as a safe route, and it doesn't appear in the policy. So the issue of personal safety, and while, we're the last person to say to put children at risk, the routes coming from Drumillan Hill area are acceptable, and we've measured and remeasured, and we've got up and down the routes, and there are children all over and pupils all over Inverclyde who are going shorter routes that may be determined risky. If I walk a route, and Ruth's done the same over the past couple of years, and we feel that personally it doesn't feel safe, then we will alter it. But there is no reason at this point for that route to be deemed unacceptable. And that's the view of the road safety team. That's my view, and I absolutely respect that we may disagree with this forever, but the route, as far as I am concerned, is an acceptable walked route, and it's just really important that we remember it's not a safe route. It's not about getting a safe route to school. That terminology does not exist, and what we're asking pupils to do, particularly in your ward, Councillor Rebecca, is to then either get a subsidised bus, which no other pupil in Inverclyde has got the option of getting, or choosing to walk to school because it is beneath the 2 mile limit.
Okay.
So that's kind of, I absolutely respect where your constituents are coming from, and I've answered many queries about this. But you know, I don't know what else I can do because I've been up and down the route so many times and we've cleared it, and I can't really do any more than I'm already doing.
Okay, thanks, Tony. I think we've given that a good airing, and quite clearly that there's other people who wish to come in. Now, China, I know it's not a suitable one, but we could spend all day in debating that subject alone. But what I intend to do is I've got a number of people waiting to come in, and I intend to bring them in on the report in general. So I have, in order, I have Natasha, I have Paula, and I have Lynn. So Natasha, would you like to come in first?
Yep, I suppose reading over the report, like I believe it was Councillor McElhenney that had said thank you to all the staff that have worked really hard throughout this period, because it hasn't been an easy number of months for our staff and for our corporate team. So I just think everybody, from whether it be teachers, school staff, people that worked helping distribute food bags, people that actually put the process into place, so whether it's our CLD staff, like that really needs to be noticed, that these people have just throughout this whole process. My question is particularly around the 3 cases that we do have, because I'm aware, like, we try our best to keep physical distancing in schools, which has its challenges both socially and with the space that's available. But I was just wondering, is Public Health Scotland or is the council doing an investigation into where these children came into contact with COVID? Just because obviously if we know where it came from, we can help stop other people from catching it, because this pandemic is far from over, and if we can try and mitigate the impact on our families and our colleagues in education, that's the least that we could do at the moment.
Ruth, do you want to come in on that?
Through you, convener, we work, the second we get a confirmed case, we work straight away with Public Health Scotland. And what I would say is that it's exactly the same process as with any other positive case. They go straight into the direct contacts and the track and trace from the previous 48 hours.
Thanks, Ruth. Just a follow-up question on that, convener, if that's okay.
Yep.
I understand that that's a process and it's trying to keep it streamlined, but I'm very aware that quite a lot of primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, even up to probably all the way through school, quite a lot of these pupils might visit things like play parks and stuff. How can you do contact tracing when it's actual social areas that children have been in where perhaps there isn't any record kept? And that's maybe where I'm coming in with the whole, how do we know where it's came from? Just because I know that Nicola Sturgeon, I think it was yesterday, had said that she was investigating a cluster of 5 cases somewhere in Scotland, and I'm thinking we've now got 3 cases, all primary age pupils. It's quite niche.
Through you, convener, there's no evidence to say the cases are connected, and certainly no evidence to say that they were spread through the schools either. What I would say is I think it's just the part of the track and trace system, and basically the people who call are then trained to look at their direct contacts and look beyond that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for answering my questions.
Okay, and I suppose Ruth's answer earlier on, the virus is still out there, is one that we all know. Paula, you want to come in?
Yes, please, thank you. Can I echo Ruth's thanks to everyone from the teacher side, since I'm here as the teacher rep today. From lockdown right through June's reopening and into August reopening, there has been an absolutely collegiate and nurturing approach to getting people back to work and getting folk back in, getting the kids back into school. I know it's certainly appreciated from the teacher's side. In terms of the paper, 5 point 2, bullet point 6, where teachers should be provided with support in how to assess and meet the needs of children experiencing neglect. Can I ask what that looks like? How has it been delivered? Will it be delivered? How will it be delivered? In bullet point 9, under 5.2, the preference is to avoid large gatherings in primary and secondary. Do we have a maximum number on what large is? I'm assuming we don't, but just thought I'd ask. And the additional teachers are very, very welcome. But obviously we have staff going off to be tested. We have staff going off because the children need to be tested. So a question then around supply capacity to be able to cover that, and also to ensure that the additional staffing isn't being wired across as cover, that it is being used for the recovery and the catch-up. Thank you.
Ruth, can I come in on that? Okay, so
Michael, sorry.
Yeah, in 5.2 bullet point 6, the educational psychology team have been involved in supporting school leaders to design their school improvement plans, and where schools have asked for support around assessing children who, particularly vulnerable pupils who may experience neglect, then they have had, they're getting engaged now and providing, as I'm understanding it from Kate Watson, input to schools to support staff with that, where it's been requested and identified as part of the recovery plan process. Your next point about the large gatherings, I mean, there is no fixed definition on this, but as you know, we're not allowing any assemblies, for example. So the largest in that group would be the class group, and then obviously the year groups in secondary schools in and around lunchtime. But again, going into the secondary schools, they're trying to spread the kids out across outside in the playground. I think some secondary pupils have found themselves outside in their playgrounds more than ever before, and in their gym halls as well as their lunch halls. So we're trying to spread out that lunchtime gathering. But there is no definition. But as you know, lots of schools are doing virtual assemblies through systems like WebEx. When it comes to the additional staff, you're right. Obviously, by appointing additional staff, we're potentially taking staff out of the supply pool. And at the moment, we seem to be holding for supply cover in the authority. However, as this report indicates, there's further money, further staff to be appointed. So what we're having to do there is ensure that any people that have applied to our supply pool are quickly getting put onto the register. And we've also, through ADES, basically asked TCS to move forward quickly to now start to look at lapsed teachers to get them back on the register, so that we do have access to a further pool of staff should we need it. But we do understand that in some cases have no other option at 9 o'clock in the morning to draw on that teacher who is maybe in there to do additional recovery work because there is no other cover available. However, if that's becoming a longer term position, head teachers are talking to us about that, and we're then agreeing how that additional catch-up work can be done by other members of the team.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Is that okay, Paula?
Yes, grand, thank you.
Can I ask Lynn to come in next? Lynn?
Yeah, thanks. Just got a quick few questions. I think we'll just start by echoing what everyone else said, so kind of well done to all the staff to actually get in and put so much in place. It's not until when kids come back and moan about all the changes that you realise how many changes they are, which must have been horrendous for the staff. So it's good that they're all back and trying to get into a kind of new normal. Really, I just want to mention under 5.7 that's a real welcome introduction into the school, the counselling service. It's something we've talked about for a long time. But I just want to kind of briefly mention it's really positive that one of our Proud to Care groups, so our care experience, a young adult now, has actually got employment out of that as well. So that's, I think, is a really positive thing maybe for the council. I see George Harbour's here, but that's maybe something that's a really positive story as well, and it's a positive story for Proud to Care. You know, that we've kind of gone to support them right through, because I know they've had, Proud to Care group has supported that individual in the interview process and all that. So I think it's worth recognising that. So that's all the good stuff. Now I'm on to the kind of not so good stuff. So just, we've talked about the COVID and the testing and all that sort of stuff, everyone coming back. There's been a number of questions when, so we obviously had the 3 cases where a class has been told to isolate, but the question about the sibling groups not needing to isolate, now I can understand the reason for that, because you only need to isolate if you're in contact with someone with a symptom, not someone who's been in contact with someone else, the kind of chain's broken. But I think it might be worthwhile putting the sort of public health guidelines out to parents to explain why their P1 needs to isolate but their P5 doesn't need to, because that's causing a real bit of confusion, and it's kind of viewed as if it's been irresponsible, but actually that's the guidelines. So I think maybe just reiterating the guidelines of why the sibling doesn't need to isolate as well. The other issue coming up that I'm getting about the testing as well is you can only get testing up to that 5-day period. So a lot of them, if you've had symptoms for a day or two and then can't get a test, and then you go for the home kit won't actually take you after 3rd day, because the kit can't get there and back again within the 5 days. So it's just to bear in mind that most people in that time frame need a test locally. They can't actually access the home kit. Okay, so just another quick point, there's been an issue about water supply, about the kids topping up their water bottles. I know it sounds quite minor, but actually it's causing an issue. They can't actually get water a day, during the day they can't actually buy it. They can only get water if they buy a lunch, so you get it as a pack, so you can't even buy a separate bottle maybe at break time, and neither can they fill up the bottle. So for the kids that want to actually top that up, you can really have that option, but I hear that some schools are managing to do that and some aren't. So it's just whether is there plans to get that reintroduced, the water fountains, or some other way of controlling that so the kids can actually update their water bottle. And just my last point, it was on the BBC News last Thursday, which said that it said West of Scotland schools are using their own budget for hand sanitisers and cleansing products. So I just wanted to clarify that all that supplies centrally, and we have no schools in Inverclyde that have had to use their own funding for products they need for keeping schools clean, and hand sanitisers and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, that was quite long.
Okay, that was quite a lot of points, Lynn. I'll look to see Ruth first, and then if Nico wants to come in, he can. Ruth?
Okay, so the first thing was about the sibling groups. If you're in one of the groups that is asked to self-isolate, the letter is different, and the letter explains the idea of direct contact, and that's also followed up by a phone call from the track and trace team. So we can certainly make available the guidance, but actually the parents who've been asked to self-isolate should have had that explained to them through the track and trace team. I absolutely get the point about the tested up to the 5-day period. And remember, the reason for testing as well can be to stop we've still got the 14 days self-isolation, and actually bringing in the testing stops the need for that. But yes, I mean, we all would love to see a testing scheme that was absolutely as quick as possible and as convenient as possible. The water supply, what I would say is that whoever it is should raise that, certainly through the school, through the pupil council and through the head teacher. We're not picking it up at central level, but if you're picking it up, I would say to whoever's doing that, take it straight back to the school, and they can work with their pupil councils and also their own risk assessments to look at how that would be. And the last question about own budget, I'm smiling because actually it's all council funding. So actually the council budget is the school's budget, So, so I'm not a big fan of this is mine, this is yours, because actually it's all the public person, it's all the public pound. But what I would say is, given that we have provided a central budget for sanitizer and cleaning.
Okay, Lynn, does that answer the majority of your questions to your satisfaction?
Yeah, I think it's just on the sibling group. I think it's not just for the parent who's isolating. I think it's more for other parents who see the primary one is off, but the primary 3 or primary 5 comes in. So I think it's actually a general guidance for other people, because there's a sort of panic to say, why is the whole family not self-isolating? And I think that's because they'll not get the public health letters. They'll just get the general school update.
Okay, through you, convener, understood. We're working on I know the RIC, the West of Scotland Partnership, have worked to look at actually some guidance around that. I was proofreading it this morning, so I suspect that will come out fairly quickly then.
What I intend to do is take Councillor Brennan in first, because Councillor Brennan's got a point probably linked to what Lynn had just said, and then finish off with Stephen, Councillor McCabe. So, Martin, if you want to come in first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jim. It's a very clear report, Ruth, and it's a lot of good things are going on here. I was interested in 5.7, and I very much welcome the stress and mental health and well-being, and of course the new school counselling services. It was just a detail about that, you know, the text under the rubric Tier 2 mental health and so on mentions that an education professional or a health professional can refer a child, in fact any child, primary or secondary. I was just wondering about, is this a referral to CAMS? Because I think if it was, there could be a kind of breakdown in the chain, because I understand that the CAMS, the waiting list can last above and beyond a year. I wonder if you knew anything about that, Ruth.
Through you, convener.
Oh, Michael.
Michael, thank you.
Through you, convener. So CAMS is a Tier 3 mental health service, and this wellbeing service is Tier 2. So the concept is that this would be a service that would run in an early interventionist methodology, which could potentially mean that there would need to be a referral for Tier 3. However, what we're trying to finalise at the moment is a single point of referral, so that when the referral comes in, the team that are looking at it can decide whether or not the referral should proceed to Tier 2, or whether it doesn't meet the threshold for Tier 2, or indeed, in fact, if it's a more serious case and it should actually pass to Tier 3. But this is a Tier 2 service, which we haven't really had to this extent before. So it should hopefully see the pressure on the Tier 3 CAM service reducing.
Michael, can I ask another question? A question about that. Do you anticipate many referrals, or will they be quite unusual?
No, we do anticipate a large number of referrals. However, until we actually start the service, which starts today in essence, we're not going to know what the process is going to look like. So we're having at the moment to brief and ensure that all professionals across education and health understand the service, and then we may well see that over time the referral rate increases as more and more people become aware of the service. But there's an absolute need there for it, so I don't think it's going to be underused.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Jim.
The last question I've got just now is from Stephen. Stephen.
Yeah, just a few points, Jim. First one's on testing. I mean, I understand what the points Chris was making earlier on, but there's clearly a view on the part of the government and the public health authorities that the reason why the testing system has been overwhelmed is that there's lots of unnecessary tests getting carried out. Hence the reason why Linda De Casticar asked us to distribute a letter to parents, which I received, and hence why the Deputy First Minister wrote yesterday to Directors of Education and asked us to distribute a letter from Jason Leach, which I got this afternoon. So just in terms of that, are we clear that we are not, as an authority, contributing to the unnecessary testing? Because clearly the communications is aimed at parents, but we are anecdotally getting people saying, well, my kid was sent home and told to get a test, right? So are we clear that the advice that is being given out by schools is consistent with the advice that's coming from the public health authorities? Second point is around face coverings, and again, there's a bit of mixed messaging around face coverings at a national level, I have to say. Face coverings are clearly not a substitute for physical distancing. If we were to have proper physical distancing, we could not get 100% of our pupils back to school at the same time. But the change in the advice is that they bring some benefits, and therefore I can understand why we're encouraging the use. But I think we need to be clear, there are lots of children who are unable, for a variety of reasons, to wear face coverings, and we need to be sensitive to that. So again, I'm looking for reassurance that we are sensitive to that. And the third point is that I think we're right to say, and I think there's been a fantastic effort on the part of the whole staff across the council and the various partners that we work with to support the return to school, and I think on the whole that's been pretty positive, and most young people have adapted pretty well to it. But there are a significant minority of young people who have been and will be struggling with the return to school, and we've touched on some of those issues in terms of the discussion so far. So again, it's seeking reassurance that we are identifying those young people and we are putting the supports in place for them to be supported, whether that be from they're at home and they need to be supported at home, or whether they need to be supported in school, or a combination of the two.
Okay, I'll come in and then invite Michael in if there's anything further to add about the testing and whether or not we're contributing to the overwhelming part of it. Possibly at the beginning, yes. I would say that there was a nervousness, and we had to revisit with our schools the fact it's a consistent cough and a new cough. I think schools are getting more skilled at recognising that. I would also say that parents who initially, we've talked a few times during this committee about a wee sniffle. A wee sniffle is not a temperature, it's not a consistent cough, so that is just a cold. And I think parents are also, and teachers, I would say, are also beginning to distinguish between the two. But yes, I would say probably a natural nervousness about everything, and I think we probably had to go through that, would have contributed to an over provision of testing or over request for testing, and we will work through that. The face coverings, absolutely, and also, I think we have to remember that it is the guidance still does say 2 meters social distancing. That's still better than the face coverings. The face coverings are only when you cannot distance in particular areas, but we are absolutely aware of the sensitivities around that, and no school in Inverclyde will be taking certainly no punitive action, but we will be working with the pupils, we will be speaking to the pupils, talking through any difficulties and actually looking at that. And Nicola Devine from St Columbus was on Channel 4 News last night, and she was asked exactly the same question and gave just the perfect answer, saying, we wouldn't do that. I think it was because unions were calling for people who wouldn't wear them to be excluded from school, and she disagreed with that approach because that certainly wouldn't be an true approach. Also, the return to school. I was speaking to a parent this morning whose child is struggling to return to school, and there will be many more like that family. And there are a combination of reasons for that, and sometimes it's unexpected. Sometimes a child might have been absolutely fine prior to the summer holidays or prior to the lockdown, and actually there's a nervousness there. What I would say is I think our teachers and our senior management teams in schools are highly nurturing. They're very inclusive, and what I'm expecting to happen over the next year is actually looking at that recovery curriculum, what that looks like, how we are nudging people back into school. And I know that we've dealt with a couple of cases where actually it's not been possible for the first 2 weeks, and actually we've sent home learning home because actually the child was so anxious. We've gone in a more phased approach. And I know Michael's been dealing with the head teachers and a lot of those types of issues. Michael, I don't know if you've got anything more to add on, especially on that third point.
Not significant, other than to reassure Councillor Cabe that we're picking up on kids. I think we had already identified a cohort of young people who we knew would struggle, and risk assessments and plans were put in place over the month of June in particular. I think some of the kids that are struggling would have struggled anyway away from COVID. They would have found the transition from year to year hard. I do think that for some children, that prolonged absence away from school, where they settled at home and then having to come back, has been a real challenge. And I can assure you that in a couple of cases where it's been maybe more challenging than we have expected, that teams around the child have been convened within almost 24 to 48 hours of issues, educational psychologists and supporting head teachers. So where that's been flagged and we know about it, head teachers are on top of that. But yes, it has been tough for some children. But the majority, I think, settled better than any of us could do.
I'm just sorry through you, convener, just to build upon what Mike was saying as well. A lot of things where we did expect some problems, and actually I have to say the routine of being back.
Can I hold you there? Can I make sure everything's on mute?
Someone's on mute.
Nope. Access helping, who needs to mute?
There we go. And just to say that it was the routine has helped a lot of people, children back to school who actually would have.
Are you all right?
Would struggle, and actually the pupils have said to us they're glad to be back in and learning. And I know a lot of our head teachers are seeing the kids are actually really very settled and ready to get on with the day job of learning, as they put it.
Okay, thanks, Ruth.
Anna McMillan needs to mute as well now.
Could I just mute everybody, and then could the person speaking then unmute themselves? I think that would be the easiest way.
Yeah,
I can
good idea,
unmute
Sha.
everybody, and then that should be everybody mute.
I'd see if you do that, people that are on voice call might not be able to come back
Right,
in.
okay. It's who's right? Oh my goodness. Right, that's Mickey. Who's on Councillor MacLeod? I'll unmute Councillor MacLeod.
As long as we don't get the dog barking again.
Is anyone else on voice on a phone other than Councillor MacLeod? Is everyone else? That should be okay. I'll unmute him.
Okay, everybody. Ruth, did you finish your point, or were you still in the middle of making a point?
No, I'd finished.
Okay. Is there anyone else that needs to come in? And if not, can we agree the report, and can we move on to agenda item number 16, which is the education revenue budget, third period to 30th of June, and that will be Ian.
Thanks, convener. Same format as the communities paper. It's already been reported, so there's two parts to the report this cycle. Firstly, there's the revenue budget outturn for last year, 1920, and there's a projection for the projected outturn for 2021 budget as at period 3 up to the end of June. So, turning to section 5 of the report, that gives you details of the final outturn for 2019-20 revenue budget. The final outturn was an overspend of 39,000 and that was equivalent to 0.04% of the total education budget, and it was 10,000 less expenditure than reported to the last committee in March. Paragraph 5.1 of the report gives details of the main variances worth highlighting. In the interest of time, I don't propose to run through those. So I'll move on to section 6 of the report, and that gives you details of the projected outturn for the current year's revenue budget. So the latest projection as at period 3 is an overspend of 2.455 million. Included within that projection are costs of 2.326 million associated with the COVID-19 pandemic response, and we are expecting those costs to be fully funded by the Scottish Government. So if we exclude those costs from the projection, the projected overspend reduces down to 129,000. It should also be noted that there's a further 960,000 of COVID-19 costs being funded from the early years 1140 earmarked reserve, which was carried forward from the last financial year. And there's also a contribution from the attainment challenge and the pupil equity fund. So moving on to paragraph 6.2 in appendix 2 and 3, it gives you more details of the variances responsible for the projected overspend for this year. Section 7 of the report is the details of the earmarked reserves. Total earmarked reserves for this financial year are 2.399 million, and we're expecting to spend 2.278 million of that in the current year. The expenditure to date is £85,000 or 3.7% of the total, and there's no slippage to report at this point. So section 8 of the report, that gives you details of the environment of 66,000. It was already approved at the communities part of the committee. So just for the members that were not part of that committee, it's simply moving £66,000 from the communities part of the director into education, and that's to help fund some of the COVID-19 food payments. So committee are asked to note the final outturn for the 1920 revenue budget. The current projected overspend of 2.455 million for 2021 revenue budget, and note that the projected overspend for 2021 includes COVID-related costs of 2.326 million, which, when excluded, reduce the projected overspend to 129. And as I say, the environment's already been approved at the other part of the committee, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. I'm looking at the chat. We've got Tommy, first of all, question. Councillor McVeigh. Tommy.
Thanks, Jim. On page 178, Pupil Consortium travel, but looking at projected overspend of 46,000. Why are we projecting such an overspend when the kids are just back at school?
Through you, convener, that's the projected cost up to the end of the year. So obviously we've got pretty much a full academic year from August going forward. That information is based on figures provided by SPT. And it's a historical overspend, but it's something we've had, if you look back the last few years, that's the kind of level. And if you remember, SPT still got payments, the operators still get payments for their buses when the schools were still closed, but most of that cost relates from August up to March.
Okay, Tommy. Tommy, you okay? Yep. Okay, can we move on to Stephen? Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Question relates to early learning and childcare, and obviously the £2 million unallocated, which is the subject of a later report. But even in terms of the later report, there is 948,000 unallocated. So the government does allow flexibility that any underspend in terms of early learning and childcare, in terms of implementing 1140 hours, can be utilised to cover any additional costs within education. So I'm just seeking reassurance that we are looking at ensuring that £2 million, if we approve the later on proposals, will be fully utilised, and that we won't be in a position whereby we potentially would need to give money back to government.
Through you, convener, yeah, the plan would obviously be to fully utilise the grant funding, because there is the danger that if we don't use it, we do need to pay it back. However, if you recall, last year we had a £2 million underspend at the end of the year, which we were able to earmark and bring forward to this year, and that's helped with the COVID response. But the plan going forward would be to try and maximise the use of the £2 million that we've got for this year as well. And as you say, there's a paper later on the agenda which covers some of the ways that that's going to be used.
Okay, thanks, Ian. Ruth, I don't know if you wish to give Stephen any further assurance.
Just to say that our intention is to use it as much. Obviously, there's an underspend, but to use it as much as we can for recovery. I think we're not just going to aim to spend it in one go. We're looking at a 2-year phased process, but also looking at any of the other allowable expenses that we can claim through education that perhaps would have come there, and also look at particularly around, I know Linda and Michael have been working very closely together to look at the transition arrangements as well. So there's a mix of the recovery programme, but also making sure that we're fully utilising everything we possibly can.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. If there's no other questions, can we agree the recommendation? Thank you. Can we move along to agenda item number 17, which is the Education Capital Programme 2020-2023, and Eddie will take us through this. Eddie?
Thanks, convener. Capital Programme Progress Report provides an update on the status of the major capital projects. Section 5 deals with the projects on site. The St Mary's Primary School project restarted on site at the end of June and is progressing towards completion. The contractor is currently reporting a completion in early October, and the report includes a note of the planned programme for transfer and the dates aligning with the October holiday period. In the run-up to completion, we're reviewing the site progress on a weekly basis with the contractor's senior management, and we're continuing to engage with the school and the parent council. On the Gurrock Primary School project, the COVID lockdown affected the ability to progress the completion works tender following the original contractor going into administration in February this year. This is now progressing following the return of the consultant team from furlough, and we hope to have a tender issued by the end of September, as noted in the report. Subject to evaluation and acceptance of any tender, work should restart towards the end of the year, but it'll be likely be summer next year before the work is fully complete. On the former Kelly Street Children's Centre site, the demolition element of the project is now complete, with the tenders issued for the hard and soft landscaping phase, which will allow it to be taken in as part of the St Mary's site. Unfortunately, the works will not be complete for October in line with the main St Mary's project, as it's not been possible to issue the tenders in time to allow that. A solid holding will be put in place, though, to separate the school from the site for the duration of the works. The Hill End Children's Centre project also restarted at the end of June and is now progressing on site. And as outlined within the report, we expect the work to be complete in April or May 2021. Section 6 covers the interactive whiteboard refresh. As noted, the COVID lockdown affected the ability to take anything forward over the summer holiday period, but we've now tenders have returned for the first phase of work, and acceptance is just about to be issued, covering 5 primary schools, and we'll take that work forward after school hours and over the October holiday period. A second phase will be programmed for later in the financial year for 3 secondary schools. Section 9 deals with the projects addressing the 1140 hours expansion. The majority of the smaller scale projects are now complete. The Craig Marlock works noted in 7.4 were completed over the summer holidays, and the work on the Gurrock Yak project, although slightly behind the programme noted in the report, should complete by mid-September. The 2 larger projects are also progressing, with the Rainbow Extension project now having achieved financial close and programmed to start on site on the 14th of September. The Latfield Children's Centre project is also expected to achieve financial close in September, with a start on site planned for October, linked to the completion of the St Mary's project. Section 7.3 outlines the funding for the 1140 hours infrastructure projects, including the earmarked reserve from the 2019-20 revenue underspend mentioned a minute ago. This funding is also addressing 2 additional projects at Well Park and Glen Park, and please excuse the typo in the report that actually says Wellington and not Well Park. In terms of the approved budgets, the report notes that the 2020-21 capital programme projections for the year were revised to account for the significant COVID-related impact on all construction projects. and this was approved at the August Policy and Resources Committee. We're currently reporting expenditure of 124,000 from a revised approved budget of 3.231 million, or just under 4% after a third of the financial year. That's the committee note the report, approve the recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eddie. Normal comprehensive report that we're used to, and I suppose it's fantastic to see the good news about St Mary's and having those dates in. Hopefully we can see that light at the end of that particular tunnel. I can't see any questions on the chat, which is quite unusual for your report. So if there's no questions, I can't see anybody's hands either. Lynn, sorry, you want to come in? Lynn?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. It was just, I mean, obviously St Ninians is no longer there, because I assume that's because it's past the period. But obviously I'm concerned because it still has a wall. It looks as if it's still unfinished. So it's just, if it doesn't appear here, where does it appear, and how do we ensure that, you know, that those remedial actions are still taken?
Yeah. For you, convener, yeah, it's not in the report anymore because I've dropped off all the complete stuff. That doesn't mean that we're not still chasing things in the background, and indeed there's probably 3 or 4 projects that still have some defects to be addressed by the contractors, and we're still chasing them for those. On St Ninians, we've had an independent report through a separate consultant to identify, you know, where the likely issues are. That has been pretty helpful, and it has actually focused in a couple of areas where the contractor now needs to take some action, and that is being progressed, as I say, in the background. So there will be work being carried out on that particular issue that you've noted there between now and the end of the year, and I'm confident that we should be able to resolve the last few outstanding defects. But the contractor is still liable for these, and he will be until he fixes them.
Okay, thanks, Eddie. Lynn, is that okay? Answers your question? Good. No other questions? Can we agree the report? And can we move on to agenda item number 18, which for the elected members, we're lucky enough to get an all-member briefing on this, which is a fantastic report and a good briefing as well. But I'll let Michael take the other members of the committee through it. Michael?
Thanks, Jim. I mean, I spent a good 90 minutes together with members yesterday going through the report, and on the assumption that those committee members that weren't there have had access to the report and read it. I don't intend to take you through what's a rather lengthy document. What we're seeking in this report to do is to recommend your approval of the report, also to seek your approval of the draft improvement targets as they sit for the next year. I think what we said yesterday was it's quite a challenging time for us, whilst we're recognising a lot of fantastic work that was done up until March 2020. The draft improvement targets seek to continue, develop and enhance that work, but recognise that it's a very challenging time for school leaders in order to be able to negotiate how much school improvement work they can actually engage with over and above the recovery process. Having spoken to 2 or 3 of them again today, that is really very challenging. Their key focus just now is health and safety, tracking attendance, working with families, and finding time and the right time to push on with development work is challenging. And the same would be said for us as a directorate. We need to be mindful of that. Hopefully the targets do encapsulate the work we want to sustain and develop, also build in some of the learning that we've gone through during lockdown, as targets that also help us to support schools and teachers to deal with somebody referred to earlier on the new normal. So, questions on the report.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I notice some of the members might be having a problem with our connectivity, both Councillor McCabe and Councillor McCurley. But what I intend to do is carry on. We've got intimation of questions from Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'll let you take your question first.
It was really good a comment, but thanks anyway, Jim. It's really just to say thank you for the report and also for the presentation that we had, because it really did enliven it. And just to really emphasise the point, because again we're kind of accountable in this pseudo chamber rather than in a private members briefing. Just I think that we need to ensure through this that we do have the balance right, and this is something that I did say the other day, between nurturing our staff, nurturing our pupils, making sure that everybody just survives all of this and is still there at the end of the process, as well as trying to drive forward improvements, you know. So we are just putting a call out really for, as I said the other day, just making sure we get a balance right between improvement and just helping everybody be okay. A second point, I just want to, it's a process point. Is there a reason why the other members of the committee can't get the presentation that we had a copy of, or that we have a copy of?
Michael or Ruth, do you want to take that?
I see no reason why members of the committee can't have the access to the PowerPoint that we produced. It's just the same report with the highlighted details. So no reason why not. Yeah. We can ask for that to be sent out.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Convener. First of all, a hearty congratulations on the performance of the Duke of Edinburgh. I think it's a fabulous success story for the whole of our education department. It really is absolutely fantastic, the job that's been done there. What my question really is around succession planning, and this has been a hobby horse of mine for quite a few years. We had a situation 2 years ago where we had primary vacancies and not a single applicant from deputy teachers in the primary sector for them. I see here that last year we had 5 appointments of heads, of which only 2 came from within Inverclyde. We've also appointed 2 service managers, Tony and Michael, from outside of Inverclyde. And the question I'd like to ask, probably to yourself, Ruth, is what's your view of our succession planning? And do you feel that going forward we can find service managers and a larger percentage of heads from within our own source?
Ruth?
Okay, through you, Convener, what I would say is that we've also, from within Inverclyde, we've provided head teachers to go to out with Inverclyde. So there's a natural transition across. We will always take the best candidates. And naturally, by competitive interview, we will do that. What I would say is the leadership development we have has seen us where we had previously been struggling to get people to apply. We are now getting internal candidates to apply, and we are appointing them as well. So I'm very positive about the work being undertaken for the leadership development. If you are asking me if just because you are come from Inverclyde, if you will be given any preferential treatment if there is a better candidate from out with Inverclyde, the answer is no. We will always appoint on merit. But I expect other authorities to do that too, so that people from within Inverclyde also have an equal chance of taking on headships out with Inverclyde. And we have a very good record also of giving deputies to other schools, and in fact head teachers from our own schools to perhaps larger schools as well. So I'm very positive about the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Convener, could I just have one supplementary?
Yes, certainly.
You know, in the last year, we only had 2 deputy heads that went on the headship programme. Can we not manage more than that?
It'll depend which headship programme. Remember, there are national ones that give the formal qualification. There are also ones run through the Regional Improvement Collaborative, looking towards headship. We have a suite. Everybody is in a stage of the leadership journey. So we have teachers going towards principal teachers, towards leadership. We have the people who've early leadership going into middle leadership, and we keep developing it. But I think that particular one is the one linked to the master's level learning. Now we have master's level learning at other levels as well, not just going into headship, actually staying within the classroom and doing master's level learning. But actually, for the size of authority, I think we've got a lot of our teachers and deputies on that leadership pathway. And we do interviews.
I look forward to the report in 20.
Ruth. Okay. I'm looking, Councillor McCabe, I don't know if you had any comments on the educate. It's still on agenda item number 18, and that was a quality report.
No, I think I get an opportunity to make my points at the briefing.
Okay.
Sorry about getting thrown out of the meeting, but I'm now back.
I just wanted to make sure I give you your chance, Stephen. If there's no other comments, no other questions, can again just reiterate our thanks for the briefing and also for all the work that was done in the report. Well, thank you. Can we move to agenda item number 19, which is our organisation development, and that will be Louise. Louise.
Thank you, Convener. So this is to present to committee a progress report on the delivery of the improvement actions as at the end of year 1 and the refreshed CDIP for education, communities and organisational development. You'll know that a progress report on the delivery of the CDIP improvement plan in year 1 and the refreshed improvement plan were both due to be considered by committee in May. However, due to COVID, this was suspended. The progress report is outlined in Appendix 1 of the report and includes progress as at the beginning of July. So again, you'll notice that within the Appendix 1, there's some actions that have taken us forward to this stage. There's 10 actions that are on track, including annual participation measures, library services for children and young people. There's 9 actions showing slight slippage, including the autism strategy, children's services plan and school transport. 1 action with significant slippage, and that includes the sports and physical activity strategy, and 1 action that's shown leadership, sorry, 1 action that's complete, and that's leadership in educational establishments. Appendix 2 of the report provides a refreshed improvement plan and takes full cognizance of the challenges of COVID and the associated recovery plans. The improvement plan also contains the KPIs and SPIs that are taken in post-COVID targets. The recommendations for committee that the committee notes the progress that's been made in the delivery of the ECOD improvement plan in year 1 and improve the refreshed education, communities and organisational development corporate directed improvement plan that's attached as Appendix 2. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Louise. We'll take Elizabeth in first. Elizabeth.
Thank you. It's really going to be quite quick. The one area of significant slippage that we've got with the sports and physical activity strategy, a couple of questions on that one, which was what's the impact of losing the active schools manager on actually being able to kind of get that back on track, and also a plea again, just I think a sports strategy that is primarily focused on sport, which I think this one has up to now, is going to be tricky in the current context, given recovery programme, recovery timescales for sporting activities and sporting facilities, etc. But physical activity is not really as limited, and therefore, again, I guess a plea for a decent balance, I guess, in terms of that strategy being taken forward, continuing to be taken forward with as much emphasis put on physical activity and possibly also active travel in terms of achieving what we want to achieve as an authority. So a question and a plea.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Louise, are you?
I'll put that to Hugh or Ruth.
I can comment on this. Sorry, the active schools manager, the impact of losing the active schools manager on the sports strategy. We, Sports Scotland had remarked on our structure for active schools, and actually we were probably manager heavy. So that was seen as a realistic proposal. What I would say is with Sports Scotland to look at some possible funding, particularly to look at developing the sports hubs, as we would like to do that. I absolutely agree around physical activity. It's more than just going to a leisure centre, and certainly over COVID-19 we've all had to exercise in different ways, and it would be fantastic to build upon that. And I'm constantly being reminded of that as we lead the recovery planning for the communities, about the fact that it's just more than the venues themselves. The venues themselves have their own issues, but it's linking in with the active travel strategy with the roads department and what these safer cycle routes look like. And ironically, after some earlier conversations looking at that active travel and encouraging people to walk as much as they can, and to build upon their fitness levels. Hugh, I can see your face there. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think just just that it's taking the strategy forward is very important for us, councillor, and we need to make sure we embed it, especially around public health, and making sure that we've got that in it. We're not that far away from coming back to it, and just on the reorganisation of active schools is that we've got one manager now managing youth work and active schools team, which seems to be a better approach for us at the moment. And they're working very closely with Sports Scotland. We will be bringing in additional funding from Sports Scotland probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks around the community hubs, and that will help with the strategy.
Okay, thank you, Hugh. Elizabeth, is that? Right, good. Lynn, will you want to come in? Lynn?
Yeah, thanks. I've just got a quick point to make on page 258, which is point 4 on the volunteering strategy. Obviously, we've seen that there's a sort of slippage there. Bearing in mind that we've, through COVID, and we've relied heavily on volunteering for that, and we've kind of featured volunteering in our kind of recovery plans, and if we have a second wave, it's just key there to say, is this no best to actually consultation now when we've got these volunteers here that are engaged, and also for continuing that engagement as volunteers. It's just we don't really want to miss the opportunity. So, I mean, I know it says later on in the year, but we're kind of getting near the end of the year, so I'm not really sure what that sort of time frame is.
Thanks.
So more about bumping that up because it is a really important one, getting the strategy in place, bearing in mind the current climate.
Hugh, is that more one for you to answer?
Yeah, I'll try to unmute myself. Yeah, for yourself, convener. Yeah, it's we're working with CVS.
I think you're breaking up a bit, Hugh, and you're back on mute again.
Had a problem with we've got responsibility with CVS. I'm sorry, I'm having problems with my technology.
Ruth, would you like to take over?
I can come in. I think what Hugh's about to say is we're working on CVS to look at how it's linked up, how it's joined together. I think the community action and response right throughout the COVID-19 has been exceptional in Inverclyde, and we know that it's a lot of our own employees as well who've been part of that. And I know that the link between people who've been doing slightly different jobs and also people who've been helping out has been huge. What I would say is as we look forward as well, and as we begin to recover, that might look slightly differently as we go forward, because actually the people will not necessarily have so much time. And what I think the volunteering strategy was trying to do was to link in possibly the HR policies of giving people time to volunteer, and also working right alongside CVS to look at what that might look like, and in a linked up approach. Hugh, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Was that okay, Hugh? Okay. And that was from Lynn. Lynn, does that sort of answer your query, your comment?
Yeah, that's fine. I think we're all going to lose connectivity because I know my teenagers are back now on their devices, so my starting to go a bit fuzzy.
Okay. So if we can agree the recommendations on that, and we can move along to agenda item number 20, which is the outcome of the statutory consultation in relation to admissions policy for the village schools. And Ruth, you're going to take us through this one?
Okay, so this is the outcome of the consultation event. If you remember back to the committee when the proposal was brought to you, we'd undertaken an initial consultation event to find out the questions to ask, and then as we put forward a proposal that had to go through statutory consultation through the Education Act. So the proposal in front of you has had support from the community. So in that support, it's been through a questionnaire and also through a series of events, and you'll see that roughly 2/3 of the community are in agreement with what we are proposing. And before I go any further, what I would like to say is every time we mention baptismal certificate, it is baptismal certificate into the Roman Catholic faith. Somebody helpfully pointed out to me that in 5.1 that hasn't been put out, but that's absolutely what we mean. At the moment, under the current policy, we have a specific exception for village schools. Village schools are Inverkip, Kilmacombe and Weems Bay Primary School. Now, Inverkip and Weems Bay Primary School both feed into St Columba's and Inverclyde Academy. Kilmacombe feeds into predominantly Port Glasgow, but actually if you attend that school, you can also attend St Stephen's. They're not what we would normally say associated schools, but because they have been as a village school, then they are a school associated with 2 secondary schools. What we found, what the perception was that some people were choosing to, at the point of transition, were choosing to go to secondary schools that were not particularly on denominational basis. They were doing it because they had a choice. And to be clear, that choice is not available to any other child in Inverclyde. This was specifically for the village schools. And we needed to address that, particularly when we were getting to a point where St Columba's would be full and oversubscribed. So there are 2 changes proposed. And the first change is that rather than having any child has the choice at point of transition to go to the secondary schools, that it says only those children who have a certificate of baptism into the Roman Catholic faith before entry to primary school will have the option of going to the secondary school. And the second change is if the school is oversubscribed. Now, it's very important to understand this. So basically, if the school is oversubscribed for pupils within the catchment area, then pupils are essentially in competition with each other for a place. So we have to use criteria to narrow that down. So the first is always the medical condition. The second is the brother or sister. The third is a baptismal certificate. But we've proposed to change the policy to the fourth one. That means if a child in a denominational secondary school, which has Kilmacombe, Inverkip and Weems Bay as an associated school, priority will be given to those who've attended the denominational school associated with the secondary school. And I'll perhaps just give an explanation of a type of a circumstance where that might be. Both children are within the catchment area. Both children have a certificate of baptism. One child is at St Ninian's. One child is at Weems Bay Primary School. What the parents of St Ninian's were saying was that that child, if they didn't get the place, they would have no other peer group that would necessarily go on with them. So actually, if you've chosen to send your child to a denominational primary school, there should be an element of priority to go to the denominational secondary school. And we thought as officers that was very apt that we put that in. Now, of course, we're going to have to do a transition process for this, because some people will have sent their children to one of the village schools in the full expectation that they would automatically transfer to the associated denominational school. And the parents were very concerned about that. And actually, it's during the transition process where the parents of the different school communities slightly disagreed with each other. Inverkip, if you were at the village schools, perhaps without a baptismal certificate, what the parents there thought was the transition process should be for any child starting the school. So basically, for the next 7 years, if you were in Inverkip or Weems Bay, we would do nothing. The parents of St Ninians, and I would have to say it was mainly St Ninians, argued the opposite. They basically said that if you were at a village school and you had a sibling at the denominational school, then you should not be given any element of priority. What we have today is what we think is a reasonable, proportionate and pragmatic transition process that basically does say if you have a sibling that you will get a place at the school, because actually parents would have made different choices if they'd known we were going to change the rules. And also one that allows people who have got a baptismal certificate, who've gone to a village school, to attend the secondary school. I'll give you again an example of that type of situation. You may be in Weems Bay, you may be of the Catholic faith, you have opted to send your child to Weems Bay, expecting them to go to St Columba's because the village school was an option to you. If we then say to those parents who maybe have children at P4, P5, we've changed the rules, they would have made different choices on that basis. So we have to protect those people who've made choices under one set of rules, but we've then changed those. And you have a commitment, and I know I've worked with the Catholic Church on this, we will be sensitive to this. A school, whilst we've had to manage the capacity of St Columba's, we're sitting exactly at 720 at the moment, and the big year group will move up. So we will have to sensitively manage the numbers as we go forward over the next 2 to 3 years, making it fair for everybody, but also making sure that pupils within the catchment area who rightly expect to go there are able to do so. So this has been on the council website for the last 3 weeks. It has been through all of the consultation processes. It has got the backing of Education Scotland, who think there are educational benefits to this proposal, and I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Ruth, and thanks for that very full explanation. I'm going to let Francis in first. Francis.
Okay, sorry to delay everybody. Thanks very much, Jim. First of all, can I say on behalf of the diocese that we very much welcome the outcome of the consultation and appreciate the work that Ruth and the team have put into it. A number of points and then maybe a wee question for clarity. We think it's a very sensible and reasonable solution to an ongoing problem that's caused a lot of angst. It's good to see the broad support from the community and a very positive report from Education Scotland. A couple of points to make. First of all, in 5.4, I note that Ruth says the authority will be sensitive during the transition. I think that's really important in relation to the transition being smooth. And just one wee question, which I know will be very difficult to answer. I mean, you mentioned the role there, Ruth, of St Columba's as being 720. Now, given how tight the accommodation is, and given also the COVID restrictions, you mentioned in 6.5 managing the overcapacity of the school. Can you? I know it's difficult, but can you provide some capacity and how you might be proceeding with that?
Ruth?
Okay, every school has some capacity to go over capacity. So we will. The school has already given up some of its meeting rooms, and got some of the what we would call additional classrooms, rooms that could be used for multi-purpose, have been given up. So it means that whilst the school is tight for space, it's not absolutely overridden. The reason we try and keep to the multiples of 20 is because you're creating an extra practical set, and that creates pressure on the schools. But when we get to 720, what we are beginning to see is pressure on the social areas and the dining hall as well. So that's why we do have to manage the capacity. This this paper is about managing that capacity in a fair and proportionate way. Given that a school is like St Columba's is sitting at that level of fullness, for want of a better word, what it does mean is that placing requests will increasingly be likely to be declined. because actually the authority will be quite rightly questioned upon by possibly future generations of students there. Why have we allowed an additional class to be allowed to increase the capacity? But to be clear, all of this is to manage the capacity from pupils within the catchment area.
Okay, thank you. Francis, do you want to come back in? Are you okay with that
No,
answer?
no, that's absolutely fine. I think it's going to be a particularly difficult job to do. I appreciate the placing request. I think the placing request really shouldn't be an issue now because people know, they've been well informed, and the consultation process has made sure that everyone's aware. And as I say again, just thanks to Ruth and her team for the work that they did in this. Okay, Jim, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Francis. Lynn, will you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So just to actually, echo that actually we've got a solution here. You know, it was a very difficult task with lots of people with different views, and being on the consultation, there were ends of the spectrum. So actually, to find something that's reasonable and it covers pretty much everything is pretty good. So thanks for all the work that's gone into it. I just want to clarify something. So under 5.1. It's confirming that the date of the baptism certificate needs to be before entry to primary school. So it's taken for granted that before they get to primary school, they've got a baptism certificate. So that was always the intention, to enter into the Catholic faith. But under 5.2, it doesn't specifically mention it has to be the date before entry to school. It just states that a form of a certificate of baptism into the Roman Catholic faith. So it's just whether we kind of need that actually listed in there, because every other section it's listed that as a specific point. I'm just concerned then that should there be where do we draw a line? Because I think the quote from Wimsby was, well, I'll just get my kid baptised then. I'll get them baptised and then I'll apply for a placement request. So I think it would be good if that was actually mentioned in that bit of the policy, that it's a baptism certificate prior to their start of primary one.
Absolutely, and I think that was one of the, as you outlined, that was one of the parts of contention during the consultation. But I think we are clear that it is the certificate of baptism prior to entering the school. So I will look at the wording of that. The intention is to keep the wording very consistent. So it is a certificate of baptism to the Roman Catholic faith prior to entry to the school. So those two things I think are absolutely as read, and there are minor adjustments I think. So I can put that in.
Just change that to number 3. I think that just makes it cleaner. I think.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. David, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you very much, convener. I've been quite concerned about this because we've come to a decision, we've gone out to consultation, but we've not quantified what the problem is. There's no point in saying we're doing it because there's too many non-denominational pupils at St Columba School. How many are there? In fact, it was put to me less polite than that, to be honest, but let's call them non-denominational. Unless we can quantify that exact number, we don't know what the problem is. And I know, Ruth, I've asked you on several occasions and your service managers, are we any further forward with knowing the extent to which there is a problem?
Ruth?
Okay, Councillor Wilson, the issue is not about the denomination of the pupils. The issue is about the number of the pupils. So basically, last year we had 726. Now 720 is the very, very worst situation. We shouldn't be sitting at 720, 120 each year, and you should have a drop off from S4 into S5 and from S5 into S6, because that's the way we calculate our numbers. So it's not about the denomination of these pupils, it's about the fact that there are too many pupils. Now, the reason we can't tell you the difference, how many pupils are in any school, any of our secondary schools who are of any denomination, is because we do not ask them. The only reason we need to ask a pupil is if we have to put in any qualifying criteria, if there is a competition for places. So believe me, and I can assure you, having been very publicly in a sheriff court last year that it is the number of pupils and that the school is full.
But Ruth, we're now going to ask people what their religion is in order to get into St Columba's.
Only if they're in a village school, and only if the expectation is that they are going to a denominational secondary school. This is no different to the type of transition that would be from, for instance, a denominational primary to a denominational secondary.
Thank you.
Okay, David, I've got a few want to come in here. First will be Tommy, Councillor McVeigh.
Thanks, Convener. I think thanks very much to the Rooster team for bringing us the report today. I'm sure it wasn't the easiest report to put together, but personally, I think they've got it just about right, and I'd be happy to support the recommendations moving forward.
Thanks, Tommy. Chris Curley. We lost Chris. We'll go for Councillor Murphy first, and then we'll call Chris again. Councillor Murphy, Natasha.
Thank you. I suppose mine is just more comment than anything else, and I suppose as we said before, I think this consultation's been done really well. However, I do have concerns around those who maybe have been baptised and they've got parents of faith who prefer their children to go to school, whether that's Protestant or from a Islamic faith, and I think that in the future we might need to consider those, because I know a lot of the denominational primary schools have got some of our asylum seeker and refugee community within them, and I think that that's something that we're going to need to look at going forward. So it's more a point of noting rather than wanting them to come back, because I know it's been brought up before, and I'll keep bringing it up if I'm being honest.
Okay, thanks, Natasha. Chris Curley, are you there yet? If not, I'll go on to Councillor Brennan.
Right. Hello, Ruth. You hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me, thanks, Jim. I mean, this has got layers of complexity, and I must congratulate the authors of the report. It really is, it really must have been difficult, and the various processes we went through with Education Scotland and so on. It's, what I want to know, Ruth, is this. In 6.5, you allude to a theoretical possibility that a child from St Minions might not get into St Columba's. You know, how real is that possibility? I mean, is it beyond the realms of doubt or whatever?
Okay, so the theoretical possibility is that if the school was so oversubscribed for pupils within the catchment area, and you had a sibling at school, you were in vacation, and you had a sibling, you could get a place ahead of a child who did not have a sibling who went to St Minions or St Andrews. So and this is what we have spoken about with the Catholic Church, because we are absolutely aware of that. What we would say is probably going down the list, we wouldn't get into that territory of competing the two things against each other, but it's possible we could. And actually what we will do is remain sensitive to that. Nobody's wanting to stop siblings to be together if they're in the same catchment area. And also we want to, you know, we do want pupils who are perhaps don't have an older sibling, who are in a P7 year group. We do want them to go on to their secondary school associated with it. And we will just have to manage the numbers that way.
In other words, Ruth, you wouldn't let it happen.
Well, I would be bringing it to committee.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. I'm quickly looking. Chris, you're still here. Are you okay to come in?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what happened there. It was just that I also understand David's protest about what they call it, the issue to an extent, but I think the concern here is getting certainty in the school population going forward. At the moment, we don't have that certainty. If there's a choice between the two schools, we get to primary 7.
So, based on what we're proposing here, you'll be able to know at the P1 level where it's likely that the kids are going to be going to school. We can plan for that. At the moment, we can't plan for what we call it for the village schools population transferring from primary school to secondary school. So I would agree with other people's comments. I think it's a reasonable measure. I think it does what it says in the tin, and it removes the Schrodinger's cat from that tin as well. So I think it's a good what do you call it, way forward, and I'm quite pleased to support it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And with that, I can't see anybody else in.
Jim, can I come in, please?
Yeah, sorry, Jim McLeod, Councillor McLeod.
Okay, thanks, Jim. It's been very difficult for Ruth and education. I can understand it, but I can't help thinking that some years ago the council haven't got it quite right, because if we're seeing difficulties now, we know that the population in the west end of the district is growing. We're going to see another 600 to 800 houses getting built in the next few years on the Inverkip power station site, and we've seen proposals for IBM, more houses getting built there. There's going to be greater demands for both St Columba's and for Clydeview Academy in the future. Are we starting to build or to plan for that now?
Ruth, is that something you could answer?
Yeah, it is, through you, convener. Yes, and we're aware of the different housing proposals and where the pressure points will be, and St Columba's will be one of those pressure points. What I would say is that given a declining population in Inverclyde, the population tends to move around, so sometimes the extra houses may not mean extra people. It might mean that people have moved from within Inverclyde. What I would say is our projection forecasts for the next 5 years to be pressure, but then the pressure eases off. So we're keeping a very, very watchful eye on everything. We have to be very careful, because it's simply not good value to suddenly put an extra extension or build an extra school when we've only got 3 or 4 years of pressure, and then that's going to alleviate. But we do need to look at particularly the west of Inverclyde, and I do think this measure is perhaps the first step in looking at that, because actually we've released some of the pressure going forward on St Columba's.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Hope that sort of answers your question, Jim. They are aware of it and they are working on a long-term solution. So with that, can we agree the report? Thank you, everybody. And can we move along to item number 21? And that is an update on early years. Linda, can I thank you very much? You always seem to get the closing bit. So thank you very much for staying the pace. And I'll let you introduce the paper.
Thank you, convener. I have got an issue with my bandwidth, so I'm just hoping it will last during this. If my video drops, my audio should still work, but I'll keep a close eye on it. The report covers three main aspects of the early learning and childcare expansion programme, specifically the changes to the commitment, the delivery of ELC in session 2021, and the underspend in the 2019-20 revenue budget and the projection for 2021, which has been mentioned in previous papers. Section 4 of the report reminds us of Scottish Government's 1140 hours commitment and outlines the changes to the delivery of 1140 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It also outlines Inverclyde response to that Ruth's already mentioned, in that the expansion was able to go ahead just because of the progress that we had made across Inverclyde. Section 5 of the report provides details of the contingency plans that allowed us to do that. Ruth's already mentioned the allocation of the early learning childcare 1140 placements. as previously advised to Education and Communities Committee, many parents have not received their preferred pattern of attendance or their first choice of establishment. I can confirm that 1,489 places were allocated, and out of that we've had a number of concerns, however only 2 formal complaints about the allocation. Again, officers are working really hard to try and resolve these with the families concerned. We recruited over 100 local people into permanent employment, and these were all in post for the start of the new term in August 2020. Although it's not mentioned in the paper, it is important to note that a number of these were modern apprentices who managed to secure 6 modern apprentices who were part of that 100 local people. The commissioning exercise for funded providers resulted in 4 new private nurseries, 2 in Kilmacombe, 1 in Greenock and 1 in Gourock, starting to deliver early learning and childcare in partnership with Inverclyde Council. We also commissioned 19 childminders who now deliver early learning and childcare in partnership with ourselves as well. Finally, in section 5, there's details of the West Partnership cross-boundary protocol for session 2021. That had to be changed this year because of the challenges across our neighbouring authorities around the delivery of 1140 hours, but that agreement is now in place. Section 6 provides details of the underspend of 2.42 million in the 1920 budget, which has been carried forward for use in this financial year. A proposal of that underspend was approved by the Policy and Resources Committee in June 2020. And again, as Councillor McCabe mentioned earlier, this does include responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, the cost of the contingency plans, increased costs in infrastructure development, and some additional educational resources and professional learning opportunities. Finally, section 7 provides details of the revenue budget for 2021, which is currently also projecting an underspend. While it's likely that this will decrease over the next reporting period, section 7.3 lists proposals for the use of some of this unallocated budget, again, most of which are related to COVID-19 recovery. And many of them are additional staff that will work with some of our children and families that have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Committee are asked to note the plan for the delivery of 1140 hours of early learning and childcare for session 2021, note the update of the revenue budget for 2019-20 and the previously approved allocation of the 2.34 million underspend. Note the projected underspend in the revenue budget for 2020-21 and approve the allocation of some of this underspend to the proposals outlined in paragraph 7.3. And finally, note that a further report on the ELC revenue budget will be submitted to committee in January 21. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I think your broadband is just about held out. I think it's one of these things. We've touched on it to a number of officers already today. Hugh, Michael, Ruth. It's just a big thank you for the amount of work that you and your team has done in this. It is a tremendous amount of work you've done, and obviously Inverclyde has probably been at the forefront of trying to make sure that this can be delivered, and not only delivered, but delivered to most people's satisfaction, which in itself is really a difficult job to make. Now, what I've got Anna to come in first and then Paula. Anna, are you okay? You there?
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Yep.
Just a big pat on the back, Linda, to you and your team for pulling this all together. I appreciate it'll have been a mammoth task, and particularly to be ready for August, where you had essentially a get-out clause that you didn't need to be. Obviously, there are some parents who will be unhappy with the places that they've been allocated, particularly those who had an expectation that they would perhaps get a place with an early learning establishment that's attached to a school that their child will in the future attend. Has any consideration been given to how places will be allocated going forward, particularly where there is now reduced capacity with some of those settings which are attached to a school?
Linda?
Through you, convener. Thank you, Anna. We are constantly looking at our biggest challenges this year have been around allocations in nursery classes, where in 52-week establishments where standalone services we were able to increase or sustain capacity in these, where in nursery classes, for example, where previously 30 children came in the morning, 30 children came in the afternoon, we now have 30 children attending full day, and most of these places went to returning children. So we absolutely understand that families have been disappointed in that. It does bring challenges, logistical challenges around being in two places at the same time. We are going to review it. We're looking at the sort of operation of our admissions policies, and we will review it. We can't make additional capacities in some of these places because there just isn't capacity available, but we are hopeful that this will settle through time, and next year there will be allocations, and certainly children that have been disappointed this year can move to the preferred establishment as a 4-year-old next year. We know it's not ideal, but it will certainly get us through this interim period.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Anna, do you want to come back in?
No, I think that's good. It gives us some comfort that obviously it is something that's been recognised and considered for how that can be addressed going forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Paula?
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Linda. Under 7.3, I realise that you need the committee to approve the proposals before you could maybe answer this. But assuming that they approve the proposals, under item 1, where you've got teachers, practitioners and support workers, do you have numbers for that? Do you know how many teachers you would be anticipating as part of that budget?
Linda?
Through you, convener. I do have, Paula, and again, this is all subject to approval this afternoon. We are looking at 8 additional teachers. Because we know that, many of our early years establishments have a pointage of a teacher, and we're looking at, increasing that pointage, and that helps with COVID-19 recovery in terms of staff not being able to work over a number of services. We're also looking at these teachers supporting across the early level. All of our children missed really important transition events during the lockdown, and that obviously disproportionately affects our more vulnerable children, so we very much would be focusing these new teachers on that recovery role across both early years and early stages of primary.
Is that okay, Paula? You want to come back in?
Yes, can I encourage the committee then to approve that? to approve that proposal particularly?
Okay, thanks, Paula. I'm just quickly looking, is there anybody else that wants in? If not, can we approve the paper? Thank you very much, everyone. Last item on the agenda is an item to note. It is about the laptops. I can just get it. Apologies. It is allocation of laptops to pupils from the Scottish Government funding. I'm just going to ask, is there anybody who wishes to raise a question on it? If there's no questions on it, can I thank everybody very much for their attention today? And I know it's been a long committee, but again, an awful lot of important stuff was decided and allocated. So thank you very much, and have a good evening.